Chapter 15:10. Tang Haotian suddenly took out a jade bottle and popped a blue pill into his mouth. Then, he smiled at Chu Li and Sun Mingwei. The next moment, an earth-shattering force burst out of his body. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei's expressions changed. They did not expect him to have such a spirit medicine. All of their spirit medicines were ineffective in Ten Despair Valley. Everything that was related to spiritual energy was locked by the 10 Ultimate Vitality Lock formation and could not be used. However, Tang Haotian's power increased tremendously after consuming a pill. It was definitely not an ordinary spirit medicine. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei looked at each other and immediately understood that this was a spirit medicine from the Outland. Huh, Tang Haotian laughed. Let's see if you can survive this time. Chu Li frowned and scoffed. Where did this spirit medicine come from? It's so strange. Tang Haotian's eyebrows moved and his bright yellow robe fluttered in the wind. His aura was monstrous. It's from the Outland. It's a spirit medicine that has been passed down for hundreds of years by the royal family. If I eat this today, I won't be able to face my ancestors even if I can't destroy you. Chu Li scoffed. With the help of the pill, an enlightened master is nothing more than this. How shameless! Tang Haotian sneered. You came to this dangerous place to restrict my cultivation. You can use this valley, but I can't use the pill? Chu Li said. Your Majesty is an enlightened master. Tang Haotian sneered. Chu Li, there's no point in delaying. Zhou Dunley won't come to save you. You two can be a pair of lovebirds that share the same fate. All right, there's also Shao Qi. You're lucky with women. There are 2 women who will accompany you. Tang Yi wants to kill his wife, but your Majesty is using Tang Yi as bait. How heartless. Chu Li said. He laughed bitterly in his heart. The 2 of them had lost all their strength to fight. If Tang Haotian did not have the strength to fight back, they could still kill him with their remaining strength. Now that he was like this, the 2 of them were dead for sure. The blazing hellfire was still burning the Supreme Vajra, constantly injuring it. Their bodies were also damaged, and they needed to cultivate the Supreme Vajra Supreme Sutra to stop the hellfire. Otherwise, if this continued, the 2 of them would definitely die. However, based on Tang Haotian's situation, even if the 2 of them had the strength to fight back, they would be entangled for a long time. They would not be able to withstand the karmic fire for that long. Moreover, the 2 of them were killed by Tang Haotian before the karmic fire could kill them. Take this. Tang Haotian laughed and aimed his palm at Sun Mingwei. Out of consideration for Zhou Dunley, he was not in a hurry to kill Chu Li, but it was fine to kill Sun Mingwei. After a few exchanges, no matter how stupid he was, he could tell that the 2 of them would only be able to threaten him if they worked together. Once they did not work together, they would not be a threat at all. Without Sun Mingwei, Chu Li was like a toothless tiger. There was nothing to be afraid of. Sun Mingwei was about to unleash a divine light fist. Even if he could not block it, he could only block it. He was already in a hopeless situation. She turned her head to look at Chu Li and sighed to herself. She regretted not being able to fulfill her master's long-cherished wish. She clearly had the chance, but gods will made a fool out of her. This was how the world worked. A huge force came from his palm. In a flash, Chu Li stood in front of her and pushed her down at the same time. She threw herself into the pool like a stone. Chu Li pushed all the rich inner energy into her body and turned to face Tang Haotian's palm. Sun Mingwei shook her head and sighed helplessly as she fell into the water. What was the point of dying earlier or later? Even if she did not take this palm, she would not be able to live if Tang Haotian killed her. It was better to just die and avoid the pain of being burned by the hellfire. However, after falling into the water, she forced herself to move. She did not want to waste his efforts and desperately swam toward the evil Nether Dragon's cave. The huge heavenly demon in the void of Chu Li's mind suddenly opened its eyes. A black light shot out and shot far away in the void of Chu Li's mind. The heavenly demonic orb that had been faintly discernible suddenly materialized and appeared in his heart. With a thought, his entire body turned into a powerful heavenly demon. The heavenly demonic spirit devouring technique was activated and devoured Tang Haotian's palm. Then he ignored the damage that the palm energy would cause to his body and pushed it in the opposite direction. Bang! A thunderous sound rang out. Chu Li's palm was completely borrowed from Tang Haoyan. It was evenly matched with Tang Haoyan's palm. Both of them flew backward. Chu Li fell like a meteor. With the counterforce of the palm energy, he was extremely fast and hit the pool in an instant. Boom! He rushed into the pool and instantly disappeared. He felt as if all his internal organs were shattered. The power of Tang Haoyan's attack was too shocking. The spirit pill that he had consumed earlier was indeed powerful. His power had doubled. Tang Haoyan was blocked by the palm energy. His falling speed slowed down, and he floated toward the pool like a feather. Knowing that the evil nether dragon was in the pool, he did not dodge and dove directly into the water. Chu Li felt weak all over his body, as if he was about to faint. He felt the pool shaking and turned his head to look. Tang Haoyan had already dove in. Chu Li groaned inwardly. Tang Haoyan was determined to kill him. It seemed like he would not be able to escape today. The evil nether dragon came slowly and touched Chu Li with its ugly and ferocious head. Chu Li roused his spirit and strengthened his soul so that he would not faint. He withdrew the heavenly demon body and returned to normal. He felt the hellfire burning fiercely, so he activated the dragon taming technique to see if it could dissolve the hellfire. The dragon taming technique cultivated the spiritual energy of the Outland, which was also very rich. Although it was not as good as the Supreme Diamond Scripture, it might be able to alleviate the hellfire. Sure enough, as soon as the dragon taming technique was activated, traces of the dragon taming technique's aura formed. He felt a hint of coolness, but in the raging hellfire, this coolness was insignificant and useless. When the life and death scripture was activated, the turbulent spiritual energy of the Outland entered his body and turned into the inner energy of the dragon taming technique. It was very easy to absorb the spiritual energy of the Outland in Ten Despair Valley, so the power of the life and death scripture was greatly enhanced. The inner energy of the dragon taming technique extinguished the hellfire in his body while entering the evil nether dragon's body. It felt extremely comfortable and grateful to Chu Li. However, it was hostile to Tang Haoyan, who was chasing after Chu Li. Therefore, it quietly approached and fiercely bit down. Crack! 2 rows of dagger-like long teeth collided and almost bit Tang Haoyan. Tang Haoyan slapped its lower jaw and used the force to retreat. The power of this palm was amazing. The palm energy immediately entered the evil nether dragon's body and began to destroy it. When the inner energy of the dragon taming technique met this palm energy, it actually eliminated the palm energy. Chu Li felt strange. He did not expect the power of the dragon taming technique's inner energy to be so amazing in the evil nether dragon's body. It was far stronger than in his own body. The dragon taming technique's inner energy had undergone a rebirth. The evil nether dragon felt pain and suddenly became ferocious. Moreover, with Chu Li's dragon taming technique neutralizing it, it no longer had any scruples and rushed toward Tang Haoyan. Tang Haoyan saw that one palm attack did not work, so he struck again. Each palm hit the evil nether dragon's lower jaw. Chu Li's dragon taming technique's inner energy was continuously injected. As soon as Tang Haoyan's palm energy entered, it was immediately neutralized. In the blink of an eye, he had struck more than 20 palms. Each palm was filled with all his strength and consumed more than half of the pill's power. He could already see that his palm energy could not do anything to the evil nether dragon. If he continued, when his inner energy was exhausted, his good days would come to an end. However, he was really unwilling to let Chu Li and Sun Minghua go just like that. He glanced around and did not see Sun Minghua. It was obvious that she had hidden to the side. Chu Li activated the dragon taming technique and the omniscient mirror at the same time. Although the omniscient mirror could not see far, it was faintly connected to the evil nether dragon's mind. When he moved his thoughts, the evil nether dragon sensed it and pounced toward Tang Haoyan again. This time, it did not bite with its teeth. Instead, it waved its claws and pounced. Its claws were as sharp as knives and extremely fast in the water. Under Chu Li's control, it even performed exquisite moves. Chapter 15:11. Chu Li activated the dragon taming technique, the omniscient mirror, and the nature restoration manifestation at the same time. His palms pressed against the evil dark dragon's back as he sat on it. He was able to control it freely as if it was his own arm. With a single thought, the evil dark dragon did as he was told. Its claws waved about in an exceptionally exquisite manner. In addition, he could predict Tang Haoyan's moves with the nature restoration manifestation. The evil dark dragon's strength complemented his ingenuity. Tang Haoyan could not fight back and could only retreat. Swoosh! His shoulder was suddenly scratched by a sharp claw. Blood gushed out and dyed the pool red. Tang Haoyan was furious. He glared at Chu Li, who was on the evil dark dragon's back. His body suddenly shrank and became shorter and thinner. It was as if he had become a different person. Chu Li knew at a glance that he had used a secret skill to activate his potential. He was really anxious. If he did not use the secret skill, he would be at a disadvantage. As he cooperated with the evil dark dragon, the man and the dragon became more and more in sync. They were suppressing Tang Haoyan more and more. Tang Haoyan's chances were getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, Tang Haoyan might even die in less than 100 moves. Tang Haoyan suddenly moved faster. After slapping the evil dark dragon's claw, he used the recoil to accelerate his body technique. He retreated and turned into a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he was more than 100 feet away. Chu Li had an idea. This was the best chance to kill Tang Haoyan. How could he let him escape? The evil dark dragon waved its 4 claws and swung its tail. Its speed suddenly increased, and it gradually caught up to Tang Haoyan. Tang Haoyan turned his head and glared at them. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood and accelerated again. His speed suddenly increased, and he was more than 100 feet away. A moment later, he was 200 feet away. The evil dark dragon swung its tail fiercely and increased its speed again. Bang! Tang Haoyan broke through the water and soared into the sky. The evil dark dragon jumped out of the pool and looked at Tang Haoyan in the sky. However, it could do nothing but roar. Roar! Its roar contained anger and unwillingness. Its small eyes stared at Tang Haoyan. Tang Haoyan soared and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chu Li frowned and pondered. Tang Haoyan must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Now that the thief was gone, it was the best opportunity to kill him. It was a rare opportunity, and he was unwilling to let it go. However, at the same time, Sun Mingyue's situation was not optimistic. He was feeling the pain of the karmic fire burning fiercely. Although he had the art of dragon control to suppress it, the pain was still unbearable. Sun Mingyue would not be able to hold on much longer. He let out a long whistle. "Your Majesty, rest in peace. I won't let you off so easily next time." Humph. Tang Haoyan's angry grunt exploded in his ears. Chu Li could feel his blood boiling. Tang Haoyan still had the strength to fight, or maybe he did it on purpose, giving him the illusion that he was strong. Thousands of thoughts appeared in his mind, but he quickly cast them aside. It was better to save Sun Mingyue first. Xiaoqi's injury should not be too serious, but she still needed to recover as soon as possible to prevent a lingering illness. With a thought, the omniscient mirror entered the evil nether dragon's mind. The evil dark dragon dove into the pool and returned to its cave in the blink of an eye. 2 women were lying in the cave. Xiaoqi lay quietly on the ground, sleeping motionlessly. Her jade-like face was peaceful. Chu Li went forward to check her pulse and secretly let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, she was fine. She just needed to rest for a while. He thought about it and turned to look at Sun Mingyue. As soon as he touched her wrist, he felt a burning sensation. This was a kind of scorching heat that spread from the body to the soul, making it unavoidable. Her entire body seemed to be on fire, as if even the breath she exhaled was scorching hot. She couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, even if she could be saved, she would become an idiot. He held Xiaoqi in his arms and leaped out of the pool. Then, he continued to rise into the sky and performed a secret skill to exit the 10 ultimate vitality lock formation. He saw that the peak was empty, and Tang Haoyan was nowhere to be seen. Tang Haoyan probably had no time to ambush him. He must be healing somewhere. He suddenly disappeared and appeared in his courtyard in the High Duke's public house. The rich spiritual energy emitted by the glories will tree blue into his face. The pores on his body opened up, and he felt indescribably comfortable. Xueling fluttered over in her snow-white robe. Chuli nodded. Take good care of her. He then took out a bottle of spirit pills and handed it to Xueling. Take this. I have something to do and need to leave immediately. Yes, Master. Xueling took it with both hands and whispered, Master, are you okay? Chuli smiled. I'm fine. Xueling nodded lightly. She was very confident in Chu Li. Even when she saw that Chu Li and Xiao Qi were in a sorry state and seemed to have suffered a loss, she felt that Chu Li would definitely be able to get back at them. Chu Li suddenly disappeared and appeared at the peak in the next moment. Then he leaped down. Sun Mingwei slowly woke up and realized that she was hugging Chu Li tightly in his arms. Her body was bathed in a warm aura. The burning pain from before had disappeared. It was like soaking in a hot spring, so comfortable that she wanted to sleep. She turned her head to look around and found that she was in the evil dark dragon's cave. The evil dark dragon was not there, and neither was Xiao Qi. She secretly sighed in relief. Although she did not take Xiao Qi seriously because of the huge difference in status between them, she always felt a little uncomfortable and guilty when she saw Xiao Qi. It was really strange. Chu Li noticed that she had woken up and whispered, Are you all right? Yes, Sun Mingwei replied. Where's Tang Haoyan? I chased him away, Chu Li said. Sun Mingwei chuckled and shook her head. Chu Li smiled. Why? You don't believe me? It's good enough that you were able to escape from him. You're hiding here because he doesn't dare to come here, right? Sun Mingwei smiled. Chu Li said, I teamed up with the evil dark dragon to chase Tang Haoyan away. He won't dare to come next time. Sun Mingwei smiled and shook her head. She did not plan to expose him. Chu Li sighed and whispered, You didn't kill Tang Haoyan. There will be endless trouble in the future. You're in danger. He saw that we had to work together, so he wanted to kill me first, right? Sun Mingwei said. Chu Li nodded lightly. He won't dare to kill me. It's against the heavenly rules, Sun Mingwei said. Don't worry, Chu Li said. I just don't know how restrictive the heavenly rules are on him. Sun Mingwei said, I heard from Master that the heavenly rules are scarier than ordinary people think. Once the heavenly rules are violated, the heavenly punishment will befall. If it's a light punishment, it'll be so painful that one's cultivation will be crippled. If it's a heavy punishment, one's soul will be destroyed. Chu Li said, That's why he can only use Tang Yi as bait. He can only attack if we attack first. However, I'm afraid that he'll use other methods. He won't attack himself and let Tang Yi deal with you, provoking your killing intent. Sun Mingwei frowned. He can't be that ruthless, right? Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. Chu Li shook his head. You can't judge him by common sense. It's best to be careful. What do you think? Chu Li turned to look at her. Their faces were inches apart. Her fragrant breath directly entered Chu Li's mouth and nose. Chu Li restrained his thoughts and said slowly, Kill Tang Yi. Kill him? Kill him again? He's a disaster. All right then, we'll kill him again. However, we'll have to wait for a while. Master has something to attend to, so I need to busy myself for a while. Sun Mingwen nodded lightly. However, it won't be so easy to escape next time. Tang Haoyan was getting more and more difficult to deal with. He would never enter Tend to Spare Valley again. Chu Li nodded. Chapter 15:12. When she said this, her feelings were complicated and she felt strange. It was as if she had done something wrong to Xiao Qi, as if she had seduced Chu Li and caused him to have a change of heart. However, she knew that Chu Li had never had a change of heart. If he was like that with her beauty, it would be even harder for other women. If Chu Li easily fell in love with her and fell in love with her, she would look down on him. Even if they were intimate and cultivated together, she would still look down on him from the bottom of her heart. However, Chu Li restrained himself and did not fall in love with her. Instead, she admired him and respected him from the bottom of her heart. This made her feel complicated and messy. She could not completely understand what exactly she was feeling. Chu Li slowly nodded. What was to come would come eventually. Paper could not wrap fire, but he did not expect it to happen so soon. He did not dare to say that he had a clear conscience. He felt very guilty towards Xiao Qi and did not know what to say. Sun Mingyue reluctantly stretched out her jade-like arm and gently pushed him away. Chu Li nodded. The two of them separated, feeling disappointed and frustrated. They hurriedly put on their clothes and left the cave. Chu Li communicated with the evil nether dragon for a while. Then, he floated to the pool and left Ten Despair Valley with Sun Mingyue. They stood at the peak. It was already noon. The sun was bright, and the surrounding mountains were green. It was a magnificent view. Sun Mingyue said, "Come and find me in 10 days." Chu Li nodded. "Okay, 10 days." He took out a crystal clear red pearl and handed it to Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue took it and looked at him in surprise. Chu Li said, "This is Tang Haoyan's blood." When he was controlling the evil nether dragon earlier, he swept Tang Haoyan's blood over with his palm energy. Then he used his extremely cold and inner energy to freeze it, forming 2 blood pearls. With the blood pearls, he could use the all-seeing divine power to sense Tang Haoyan's location. Even if Tang Haoyan was an enlightened master and had other personal items, it would be difficult for the divine power to sense him. However, with the blood pearls, he could. If he had such a divine power, Sun Mingyue might not have the same. The Holy Church of Light's secret skills were not something he could guess. With the blood pearls, Sun Mingyue might be able to do many things just like him. It could also be considered a spoil of war. It could protect Sun Mingyue from being ambushed by Tang Haoyan, and it could also prevent Tang Haoyan from crippling her in a fit of rage. "All right, I'll keep it." Sun Mingyue put away the blood bead and revealed a moving smile before vanishing. Chu Li disappeared as well. The next moment, he appeared in his own courtyard in the public house. Xiao Qi was sitting cross-legged on a white cattail hassock under the glorious tree. She was motionless as if she was meditating. When Xueling saw him, she came forward to greet him. Chu Li looked at her and asked softly, "How long have you been meditating?" "For hours." Xueling lowered her voice and said, "My injuries are almost healed." Chu Li nodded. Xiao Qi gently opened her eyes, and 2 bright rays of light shot out from her eyes and landed on Chu Li. Chu Li waved his hand and gestured for her to leave. Xueling curtsied and left gracefully, closing the door of the courtyard. Chu Li approached Xiao Qi and touched her wrist. Xiao Qi did not struggle and let him check her pulse. Chu Li released his fingers in surprise and held her hand. "You've improved a lot in your cultivation level. Congratulations." He realized that Xiao Qi's cultivation level had doubled. It was a shocking speed, and it was really unexpected. He did not expect her to have a breakthrough in her cultivation level under such circumstances. Her cultivation level had improved because of the regal sword scripture. When the regal sword scripture advanced a level, her state of mind must have changed. The regal sword scripture cultivated the state of mind. Only when the state of mind changed, the cultivation level would change. Initially, as his soul energy grew stronger, he could faintly feel her thoughts. Although it was a little blurry, he could still vaguely see some of it. However, at this time, he could not sense it at all, as if he was wrapped in a thick fog. He had a bad feeling that Xiao Qi's cultivation level increased was not a good thing, and the change in her state of mind was not good for him either. The regal sword scripture was indeed troublesome, and it was difficult to overcome the state of mind. He had previously thought of various methods, but they were gradually losing their effectiveness. "I've implicated you again this time, haven't I?" Xiao Qi said. Chu Li shook his head. "Tang Haoyan has been planning this for a long time. He'll always find a chance. This time, I've implicated Madam." A smile appeared on Xiao Qi's face. You must thank the saint this time. Next time, invite her to our residence as a guest. You must thank her properly. Without her, we'd all be dead." Chu Li smiled. "Let's help each other." Let's help each other." Xiao Qi nodded. "You can help her, and she can help you too. Unlike me, I'm useless to you." Chu Li was stunned. Madam, Xiao Qi sighed. I've been hesitating whether I should leave completely so that I can be myself again and cultivate the regal sword scripture. This time, I've met Tang Haoyan and realized how useless I am. I made up my mind. Chuli, I'm leaving. Chuli forced a smile. Okay, you can go out and gain experience. You can come back when you're tired. Xiao Qi said, after I leave, you can stay with Lu Yurong and the saint. Chuli was stunned. Xiao Qi said, although Lu Yurong is smart, she's completely restrained by you. It's not surprising that she likes you. It's rare that the saint likes you too. Chuli felt bad. Madam, why are you saying this? His heart sank. He knew that he was going to lose Xiao Qi again. Ever since he got married, he had been worried about this. He did not expect this day to come. Xiao Qi was carrying too many things on her shoulders. She could not do things purely and could not completely abandon the regal sword scripture. If she could not abandon the regal sword scripture, this day would definitely come. He sighed. Madam, you have a new understanding of the regal sword scripture? Yes. Xiao Qi nodded. Actually, I should give up on the scripture, but it was given to me by my mother. I can't abandon it or I won't be able to face my mother when I go to the Outland. Chuli looked at her affectionately. Then you can only abandon me. Xiao Qi looked apologetic and held his hand. I can only let you down. Chuli sighed. Strangely, he did not feel angry or sad. Instead, he felt calm. Xiao Qi's eyes flickered. She said softly, Husband, even without me, you still have Lu Yurong and the saint. You won't be lonely, and I can cultivate in peace. Chuli sighed. Without you, madam, what's the point of having more women? Xiao Qi pursed her lips and chuckled. She shook her head. Are you going to force me to stay? Chuli nodded. Yes. Xiao Qi said, my current state of mind is calm and indifferent. Everything in the world is useless to me. Husband, you're the same. It's hard for me to be moved. If I force myself to be with you, I'll be like a walking corpse. Why bother? Chuli said impatiently. Even a walking corpse is better than you leaving. Xiao Qi said, if I want to leave, how can you stop me? Husband. Chuli sighed. You? Xiao Qi looked at him apologetically. Her eyes were clear and calm. Chuli stared at her, but could not persuade or stop her. He scoffed. If you can really cultivate, will you become an enlightened master? Yes. It'll be difficult. Chuli scoffed. Achieving that state of mind is just a matter of luck. I still have to try, Xiao Qi said. You have your path to become an enlightened master, and I have mine. Fine, do what you want. Chuli waved his hand and smiled. Chapter 15:13. Xiao Qi took a deep look at Chuli. Her heart ached as she thought about how she would not be able to see Chuli for a while. She knew that if she left like this, she wouldn't be able to accompany him in peace. She insisted on pursuing her own path as a heavenly deity. It would seem as if she had abandoned him and chosen the regal sword scripture. The reason why she chose the regal sword scripture was partly because of her mother, but it was also because of him. What she was most afraid of was that Chuli would become an enlightened master while she had no hope of seeing him again. In the end, Chuli would enter the Outland 60 years later, and she would never be able to see him again. They would be separated forever. Just thinking about this made her feel unbearable pain. This time, the regal sword scripture had advanced another level, and she felt that she had once again touched the door to the heavenly god realm. As long as she advanced another 2 levels, she would be able to step into the heavenly god realm, and if she wanted to advance further in the regal sword scripture, she would have to forget emotions. If he could forget his deep feelings for Chuli, then he would be able to step into the highest level of the regal sword scripture and achieve perfect mastery, becoming an enlightened master. When that time came, she would be able to see Chuli again, and they would be together forever. However, he was not sure what he would be like by then, so he did not dare to tell Chuli about it, lest he rejoiced in vain. In the future, if they could meet again in the heavens beyond heaven, it would be best if they could reminisce about the past and restore their relationship. If not, they could forget about each other in Jianghu, and it would not be a waste of their efforts. Chuli looked deeply at Xiao Qi. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He activated the dragon taming technique and a rich force was injected into Xiaoqi's body. She felt as if she was soaking in a hot spring. It was indescribably comfortable. She relaxed. When Chu Li was riding the evil nether dragon earlier, he had already discovered the magical effect of the dragon taming technique. The energy of the dragon taming technique was like a bridge that connected directly to the other party's heart. Through the omniscient mirror, he could easily see the other party's thoughts. He immediately saw through Xiaoqi's thoughts and frowned at her. Xiaoqi smiled. Is this the dragon taming technique? Chu Li nodded lightly and said, the dragon taming technique. It's all thanks to him that we were able to injure Tang Haotian this time. All right, I agree with your approach. You should walk your own path and not be bound by others. Xiaoqi was stunned. Chu Li said, but you have to be careful of Tang Haotian. Xiaoqi shook her head. He doesn't really care about me. Chu Li frowned. Tang, he probably hasn't given up yet. Yes, I brought the jade talisman with me. Xiaoqi nodded. She pulled her jade-like hand away from Chu Li's big hand, turned around, and left gracefully. You must take the starstone with you, too. Don't put it down just because it's mine. Chu Li said. Okay. Xiaoqi waved her hand and did not stop walking. Chu Li looked at her graceful back. He had 1,000 words in his heart, but he really did not know what to say. He wanted to run over and hug her, but he was worried that he would make things difficult for her. Xueling was standing outside the courtyard. When she saw Xiaoqi, she quickly took a step back and bowed. She heard the conversation between the two of them and felt sad for Chu Li. She did not expect that after working so hard, the two of them would be separated in the end. It was really fate that made fools of people. The third lady really did not know how to appreciate it. Xiaoqi stopped and turned to look at her. Xueling hurriedly said, Miss? Xiaoqi said, take care of him from now on. Yes. Xueling bowed. Xiaoqi nodded gently and left without making a sound. Xiaoqi was dressed in a snow-white robe. She rode a white horse and left a small town. The forest was especially lively in the early morning. The sound of birds chirping could be heard. It was relaxing. If there was an ambush in the forest, these birds were very sensitive to danger and would definitely be quiet. Therefore, one had to be extra careful when passing through a quiet forest. There was no need to worry about such a lively forest. Xiaoqi's heart was as calm as water. She did not need to worry about Chu Li anymore. She felt completely free and unrestrained. With Chu Li around, she did not need to worry about the High Duke's public house anymore. There was no burden at all. She could be herself. She could roam the underworld and explore the martial arts world. This was the thing that she longed for the most when she was young. With such a lively mood, the regal sword scripture seemed to have a sign of a breakthrough. She was secretly surprised. If she could break through another level, then the regal sword scripture would only have one last level. It seemed like she was only one step away from becoming an enlightened master. Maybe she could become an enlightened master before Chu Li. Thinking of this, she became even more excited. Right at this moment, she felt a sense of danger. Her figure blurred, and a hidden weapon passed through her body without any hindrance, falling into the forest behind her. Several trees were directly broken and slowly fell down with a kacha-kacha sound. The hidden weapon's power was shocking. She appeared 100 feet away and crushed the jade talisman. At this time, she was still a little surprised because there was no one around and she could not feel the presence of anyone. The hidden weapons seemed to have appeared out of thin air. It was as if someone had set up a trap and triggered it on its own. TSS, 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 TSS. Another hidden weapon hit her shadow. Then, a few palm energies swept towards her like a hurricane. The next moment, Chu Li appeared in front of her and pushed with both of his palms. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Chu Li took a step back and then took out a jade talisman from his inner pocket and threw into the air. Not good. A shout came from the surroundings. The jade talisman shattered in the air and turned into a ray of light that spread out like a tide. Ding! A crisp sound was heard. Suddenly, 21 figures appeared in the surroundings. Chu Li frowned and looked at Tang Yi. Behind him stood 20 top-notch grandmasters who were staring at him like a tiger watching its prey. Chu Li, It's you who ruined my plan again. Tang Yi glared at him. Chu Li glanced at him expressionlessly and then looked at the 20 top-notch masters. His gaze fell on Su Shixing, and he said, "You guys used a formation to ambush here. It's obvious that you knew she was coming. Is there a spy? Oh, it's Stargazing Pavilion." Su Shixing looked like he had seen a ghost and turned to look at Tang Yi. Tang Yi sneered. "We have countless spies. It's just Xiaoqi. Everything is under our control." Chu Li said, "Looks like it really is Stargazing Pavilion." Tang Yi scoffed. "Chu Li, do you dare to kill me?" "No." Chu Li nodded. "How is His Majesty? Has he recovered from his injuries?" "What do you mean?" Tang Yi frowned. He knew that his father was in isolated cultivation. Why did he suddenly go into isolated cultivation? It was obviously to heal his injuries. As the world's top-notch enlightened master, how could he be injured? He found it hard to believe that Chu Li could really hurt his unparalleled father. Chu Li said, "If you provoke me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll just kill you." He disappeared in a flash and appeared behind a grandmaster in the next moment. He slammed his palm down, and when his opponent was sent flying, he was already behind another person. Then, wherever he went, everyone was sent flying. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, no one was a match. In the blink of an eye, 20 grandmasters, including Su Shixing, were sent flying. Their martial arts were crippled. They widened their eyes unwillingly. Some looked at the sky while others stared at Chu Li. No matter what, they were finished. Without their cultivation, with Tang Ye's personality, he would not treat them well. At most, he would give them some money and send them off. Su Shixing screamed, "Chu Li, you will die a horrible death. His Majesty will definitely avenge us." Chu Li smiled. His Majesty will avenge his son first. He used the cultivation level of the dragon taming technique. Although it was weaker than the Supreme Diamond Scripture, it was still quite powerful. It was enough to deal with these people. He looked at Tang Yi and smiled at him. "Your Royal Highness, we will meet again." Chapter 1514. A dash. Tang Yi struck out with his palms like a madman. The surrounding broken trees flew into the air, and sand and pebbles flew everywhere. 20 people struggled to stand up. Their cultivation was crippled, but they weren't injured. They just didn't have any strength left, and their bodies were rapidly aging. Some of them couldn't even walk anymore. Their lifespans were about to end, and they might never have the chance to return to the king's mansion. Tang Yi glared at them and said hatefully, "You're all useless." Su Shixing smiled bitterly. "Your Royal Highness, we're one step behind again. I didn't expect Xiaoqi to be so difficult to deal with." "You're all useless." Tang Yi scoffed. Su Shixing nodded helplessly. In actuality, they were the ones who were weaker than Xiaoqi. They did not expect Xiaoqi to be so powerful. Although Xiaoqi was both beautiful and skilled in martial arts, it was mostly because of her beauty and noble status. Not many people had experience in martial arts, and she did not have much of a reputation. Therefore, people subconsciously ignored her and thought that she was just an ordinary grandmaster. They did not expect Xiaoqi's martial arts to be so strong that it was even better than theirs. Because of this, when they attacked with all their strength, they still didn't succeed. If they knew she was so powerful, they would have used their secret techniques to kill her in one strike. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world, so it was useless to talk about this anymore. Su Shixing said, "Your Royal Highness, be careful. Chu Li wants to kill your Royal Highness." "Humph, he doesn't have the guts." Tang Yi sneered. Su Shixing shook his head. From Chu Li's expression, he could tell that Chu Li was determined to kill him. He was just waiting for the right opportunity. Who knew? He might kill him the next time. Chu Li stood at the foot of the stargazing peak and looked up at the stargazing pavilion. 2 disciples of the stargazing pavilion floated over and cupped their fists. "What can I do for you, mister?" Chu Li gave a fist salute and smiled. "I'm Chu Li from the Ji Dynasty. I'm here to meet young Master Li Xinghe, Senior Marshal Brother Li." The two were startled. They shook their heads and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Li is not here." "Oh," Chu Li smiled. "You're not at the stargazing pavilion?" "Yes," the two said. A young man said, 2 days ago, senior brotherly left the stargazing pavilion and said that he wanted to travel the world and see all the mountains and rivers in order to expand his horizons and cultivation base. Chuli nodded. If that's the case, you can't find him? The two of them shook their heads. Chuli frowned. I have something urgent to discuss with him. It's about the third prince, Tang Yi. How can I contact him? Young Master Chu, we're truly sorry. There's nothing we can do, the two of them said apologetically. However, Chuli knew that they were being perfunctory. As a disciple of the sect, how could he not be contacted by the sect? They were just making excuses. It seemed like Li Xinghe had predicted that Chuli would come looking for him, so he avoided him in advance. Chuli nodded and said, if that's the case, then forget it. If young Master Li returns, please tell him that I've come to look for him. I have something to discuss with him. It's about the Heaven Power Compass. Yes. Startled, the two nodded in agreement. Chuli gave a fist salute and left. He walked a mile away and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he appeared in a magnificent mansion. The omniscient mirror scanned the entire residence. He flashed again and appeared in an exquisite and elegant bedroom. Looking at the sickly Su Shirshing on the bed, he shook his head and sighed. It's really pitiful to follow such a fickle and heartless prince. Su Shirshing was covered with an emerald green blanket. His face was as pale as a sheet as he opened his lifeless eyes. When he saw that it was Chu Li, his eyes widened. Chu Li took out a porcelain bottle and stuffed a pill into Su Shirshing's mouth. Su Shirshing struggled violently and messed up the blanket with his hands. He did not want to swallow the pill, but Chu Li poked him with his finger and he froze. The pill in his throat turned into a stream of air and entered his abdomen, merging with his dantian. His empty dantian immediately felt warm. The initial chill had dissipated and warmth spread from the inside out. Hot air slowly rose and went straight to the top of his head. Then, his Baihui acupoint opened and spiritual energy entered his head again. As it circulated in his body, his cultivation level was rapidly recovering. A moment later, the joints all over his body crackled incessantly, like the sound of beans being fried. Tung! He sat up straight, his eyes gleaming like a sword. Chuli nodded in satisfaction and smiled. How is it? Has your cultivation level recovered? You? Su Shirshing stared at him in disbelief. Why are you doing this? Chuli smiled. You know, impossible. Su Shirshing flatly refused. Chuli said, don't worry, I'm not asking you to be a spy. I don't need one to kill Tang Yi. Then what are you going to do? Su Shirshing stared at him cautiously. The feeling of regaining something that he had lost made him wild with excitement. If it were not for Chu Li, he would have howled at the sky, danced around, or gotten drunk to congratulate him. He was secretly afraid. He did not want to experience the feeling of losing his martial arts again. It was like being in hell, unspeakably miserable. Chu Li said, Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe is even more terrifying. Su Shirshing shook his head. Chu Li looked at him indifferently. Then I'll have to cripple your martial arts. Su Shirshing asked. Then how do we deal with Li Xinghe? Chu Li said, his stargazing technique can predict fortune and evade danger. When I went to look for him, he had already avoided me. What a cunning fellow. Su Shirshing scoffed. None of his plans worked for His Royal Highness. Chu Li asked, are his predictions inaccurate? They're accurate, but they're useless, Su Shirshing said angrily. Chu Li said, you can't blame him for your incompetence. But how did he predict my wife's whereabouts? This. Su Shirshing hesitated. He felt a chill when he saw Chu Li's indifferent gaze. He quickly said, he couldn't predict it at first, but His Royal Highness gave him the Heavenly Astra Jade Badge, and he was able to predict it. Chu Li pondered. The Heavenly Astra Jade Badge. The Church of the Divine Blood's Heavenly Astra Jade Badge. Yes. Su Shirshing nodded. His Royal Highness went to the Church of the Divine Blood to exchange for it. He used it to make Li Xinghe work for him. No wonder he got involved. Chu Li came to a realization. Li Xinghe was the youth champion of Stargazing Pavilion. He was arrogant and looked down on Tang Yi from the bottom of his heart. It was not difficult for him to avoid Tang Yi. The reason why he was willing to come up with a plan was because of benefits. Li Xinghe had coveted the heavenly asterisk jade badge for too long. Finally, he obtained it, and it was indeed useful. He wanted to take a look at this heavenly Astra Jade badge. He was suddenly very interested in obtaining this heavenly Astra Jade badge. Previously, he wanted to teach Li Xinghe a lesson and shut him up. Now he had other thoughts. This heavenly Astra Jade badge could be considered as making up for his loss. Chu Li said, "How about this? In exchange, you give me the heaven's power compass." Su Shixing was stunned and shook his head. "I can't steal it. It's in the imperial family's secret vault. It's not in the imperial residence." Chu Li asked. Su Shixing shook his head. "His Royal Highness hasn't gotten it back." Chu Li said, "Then encourage Tang Yi to quickly take it out and steal it for me." This. Su Shixing hesitated. Chu Li said, "It seems like you don't want to recover your martial arts. Forget it. I'll get someone else to help." He raised his palm and was about to slap it down. "Wait," Su Shixing said. Chu Li looked at him with a faint smile. Su Shixing sighed. "All right, I'll try." Chapter 15:15. Su Shixing arrived at the imperial residence early the next morning and went to Tang Yi. Tang Yi was surprised to see him recovering his martial arts. Su Shixing beamed with joy as he told Tang Yi about his fortuitous encounter many years ago, where he met an elder who gave him a spirit pill. He did not expect to use this spirit pill after so many years. After consuming it, his martial arts were indeed recovered. Tang Yi listened lazily as he was not very interested. The two of them were in the backyard of the imperial residence. Tang Yi was lying lazily in a gazebo on a lake with Su Shixing by his side. Usually, he would be surrounded by beautiful women at this time. The maids in the imperial residence were all beautiful women. Even if they were not stunning beauties, they had delicate features and were considered quite attractive. However, it was the complete opposite now. There were no women in the backyard, and everyone had been chased out. He was the only one left. Su Shixing was his confidant, so he could accompany him. "Your Royal Highness, we need to hurry," Su Shixing said. "I think we'll succeed if we do it again." "Shao Qi," Tang Yi said coldly. "You always come up with bad ideas. Shao Qi isn't easy to deal with." He realized that he had underestimated Shao Qi. Chu Li's brilliance had overshadowed Shao Qi. How many people knew that she had such a powerful cultivation level and such shrewd methods? Young Master Li was able to predict Shao Qi's whereabouts the last 2 times, so he'll definitely be able to do the same next time. "We must be foolproof this time," Su Shixing said. "I think we didn't do well enough the last time." "Oh." Tang Yi gave him a sidelong glance. Su Shixing said, "Shao Qi has a kind of jade talisman that can instantly attract Chu Li, and Chu Li has a kind of divine power that's similar to an enlightened master's, so he can come over instantly. However, what if we use a formation to trap Shao Qi and prevent her from sending a signal? Even if she sends a signal, Chu Li won't be able to sense it." Tang Yi nodded slowly. "That makes sense," Su Shixing said. "Your Royal Highness, I know a treasure that can do that." "Say it," Tang Yi scoffed. "Don't keep me guessing." Su Shixing laughed. "It's the Heaven's Power Compass. Since Li Xinghe values the Heaven Power Compass so much, it must be something good. It must be able to affect the prediction. When we bring it into the formation, Chu Li will become blind and won't be able to find Shao Qi." "Makes sense," Tang Yi said in a deep voice. "After suffering twice, you've become smarter." "Of course." Su Shixing smiled and said, "We can't not improve at all. I'll get the Tiangang compass right away. Look for Li Xinghe and ask him to calculate Shao Qi's location." Tang Yi scoffed. "This time, we must capture Shao Qi. If we can't capture her alive, we'll kill her. I want Chu Li to taste the pain of losing someone." "Yes." Su Shixing hurriedly said, "I'll go to the stargazing pavilion immediately." Tang Yi waved his hand. "There's no need to go to the stargazing pavilion. Forget it. I'll let someone else go. It's easy for you to leak the secret." "Yes." Su Shixing nodded helplessly. "Then, Your Highness, I think it's best if we don't tell Li Xinghe when we're going to get the Heavenly Dipper Compass. Otherwise, he'll definitely demand it." "Yes." Tang Yi nodded. Once the heavenly dipper compass was given to Li Xinghe would definitely stop caring about it. Once he was satisfied, he would never do anything again. In the afternoon, Tang Yi returned from the imperial palace. When he returned to the backyard of his imperial residence, he called for Su Shixing and showed him the heavenly dipper compass. Su Shixing widened his eyes. He realized that the compass was only the size of a palm and could be covered with one hand. If one's wrist was turned upside down, one would not be able to see it, and it could easily be hidden in one's sleeve. He did not expect the heavenly dipper compass to be so small. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, what's the use of this broken thing? I won't even pick it up if it falls on the street. It doesn't look good." Tang Yi nodded. However, anything that can be kept in the secret warehouse must be extraordinary. Since Li Xinghe likes it so much, it must be very important to the stargazing pavilion. Your Highness, you must keep it safe. You can't let the stargazing pavilion get it, Su Shixing said. Tang Yi glared at him. Don't try to sow discord. Su Shixing put on an aggrieved expression. Your Highness, I'm only doing this out of goodwill. If the stargazing pavilion really gets it, they might cause a ruckus. They aren't kind people who like to stir up trouble. That makes sense. Tang Yi grunted. He did not have a good impression of the stargazing pavilion. Because they were too good at divination, they were invisible and incorporeal when it came to scheming. Sometimes, they would fall into their trap without even realizing it. Your Highness, let me keep this, Su Shixing said. That way, Li Xinghe won't have to ask for it. Tang Yi gave him a sidelong glance. Su Shixing said, Your Highness doesn't believe me? What are you planning? Tang Yi grunted. Don't tell me you want to destroy it. Su Shixing shook his head. I just want to study it and see what's so special about it that Li Xinghe values it so much. Don't break it. Tang Yi passed the Heaven's Power Compass to him. He did not value the Heaven's Power Compass. If Li Xinghe did not want it, he would not even bother touch it. He did not even bother to take a look at it. What was so special about a broken compass? Su Shixing nodded with a smile and stuffed it into his pocket. Don't worry, Your Highness. I guarantee that it won't be broken. I'll take my leave first. Go, Tang Yi said. Xiaoqi's address will be sent to you tomorrow night. Be prepared. Yes. Su Shixing fist saluted and left the imperial residence. When he returned to his residence, he immediately found someone to make a replica of the Heaven's Power Compass. At night, Chu Li appeared in front of him in the backyard. Su Shixing fist saluted and smiled. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. As he spoke, he took out 2 Heaven's Power Compass and passed it to Chu Li. Young Master Chu, can you tell which one is the real one? Chu Li reached out and grabbed the Heaven's Power Compass on the left. He studied it carefully and looked impressed. It's a divine item indeed. Su Shixing had a surprised look on his face. He could tell that Chu Li did not look at it carefully and was relying on his senses. He had also sensed that the Heaven's Power Compass did not have any special aura and was no different from the old compass. It seemed like he was still not mature enough to be unable to sense it. Chu Li said, Li Xinghe can see through it with just one glance. Very well, you've repaid the favor. Su Shixing sighed in relief and smiled. Young Master Chu, you're straightforward. Chu Li waved his hand. All right, I'll take my leave. If you need anything in the future, you can send a message to the e-public house. Farewell, young Master Chu. Su Shixing fist saluted. But from what I know, Li Xinghe is in the town. Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Su Shixing said, Your Highness can contact him, so he's obviously in the town. Chu Li nodded. There's no need to find out where he lives. Su Shixing looked at him curiously. Chu Li said, He'll come looking for me. You should know that you'll die sooner or later if you follow a master like him. Su Shixing fist saluted and did not say a word. Chu Li suddenly disappeared and appeared on top of a mountain 100 miles away. Chapter 15:16. P.S. The 44th Alliance leader has been born. Alliance leader Li Manxiong. He stood at the peak of the mountain and looked down at the mountains with a broad mind. It was only then that he remembered about Xiaoqi. It seemed like Xiaoqi really wanted to cultivate the regal sword scripture with all her might this time. She probably would not return a short period of time, as she wanted to cut off all ties with him. Unfortunately, It was impossible for the two of them to truly cut ties. Moreover, with his current abilities, he could find her at any time. Xiaoqi did not have a change of heart. Although she left, he did not lose her. Therefore, he was not sad and pained. Instead, he found it interesting. He wanted to see how far she could go and visit her when he missed her. Even if he did not disturb her, it was enough for him to watch her from afar. As for the saint, Sun Mingwei, they were only cooperating in cultivation and would not get involved in their relationship. Sun Mingwei had a heavy burden and was determined not to marry, so she had been able to control herself. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. He had a headache when it came to women. He exhaled again and decided to get rid of those distracting thoughts to focus on cultivating the dragon taming technique. The cultivation speed of the dragon taming technique was extremely fast. With the help of the evil nether dragon, it was not impossible to cultivate it to perfect mastery. The first 3 levels were extremely fast, but it was difficult for him to be stuck at the 4th level. He had to get rid of any future troubles by killing Tang Yi and Tang Haoyan first before focusing on cultivating. Otherwise, he would not be able to focus if the two of them kept pestering him. Time passed quickly as his thoughts wandered. For hours later, the sun set in the west. Just as they were about to approach the western mountains, the sound of fluttering clothes came from behind. He turned his head and saw Li Xinghe, who was dressed in blue, sizing him up suspiciously. When Li Xinghe saw Chu Li's back, he had a strange feeling as if he saw Zhao Dai's shadow. He had cooperated with Zhao Dai before and spent quite some time with him. Chu Li turned around and looked at Li Xinghe. "Young Master Li, do you know why I'm here? Are you complaining that I'm helping the third prince?" Li Xinghe asked calmly. Chu Li nodded. "Helping the third prince predict my wife's whereabouts is no different from declaring war on me. How can I not accept it? That's why I'm here to look for you. What do you want?" Li Xinghe asked. Chu Li smiled. "Do you think I can't do anything to you?" "I wouldn't dare." Li Xinghe smiled faintly. "You even dared to kill Wei Wuwei. Why wouldn't you dare to kill me?" Chu Li nodded. "It's good that you understand." With a flash, he appeared behind Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe's body technique was extraordinarily high, allowing him to nimbly evade Chu Li's palm. As Chu Li struck out with his palm, he struck out with his finger at the same time. The petrifying finger had soundlessly struck him. Li Xinghe's body movement technique came to a halt as Chu Li's palm struck him. His body immediately withered, and his essence, spirit dissipated in an instant. It was as if he had become a different person, as if he had suddenly aged 20 years. "You?" Li Xinghe cried out involuntarily. He did not expect Chu Li to attack him as soon as he arrived and did not even give him a chance to argue. He was confident that he could escape, but he did not expect Chu Li to cripple his cultivation level and turn him into an ordinary person. Chu Li smiled and looked at him. "You're not more than 30 years old. If you cultivate again, you'll be able to regain your abilities in less than 10 years. You're much stronger than the protectors of the imperial residence. Many of them are over 100 years old. Once their martial arts are destroyed, they'll immediately become old. What exactly do you want?" Li Xinghe snorted. "Do you really want to take revenge on me?" Chu Li nodded. "I heard that you obtained the Heavenly Astral Jade Badge, right?" "That's right," Li Xinghe said. "You know this too? You've also cultivated the divination technique, haven't you?" He had a feeling that he had met his match. Otherwise, Xiaoqi would not have been so difficult to divine. Li Xinghe could not divine it either, and could only barely divine it by using the Heavenly Astral Jade Badge. He was curious as to where Chu Li had learned it from and what kind of technique it was. Chu Li asked, "Where's the Heavenly Astral Jade Badge?" "What do you think?" Li Xinghe scoffed. "It's such a valuable item. Of course, it should be kept in the stargazing pavilion." Chu Li shook his head. He slowly reached into Li Xinghe's chest and took out a dark blue jade pendant. He waved it in front of Li Xinghe and chuckled. "This is the Heavenly Astral Jade Badge, right?" As he spoke, he placed the Heavenly Astral Jade Badge in his bosom. When he withdrew his hand, he took out a gray stone compass. It was the size of a palm and looked exquisite upon closer inspection. It looked like an ancient item. Chu Li passed the Heavenly Astral Compass to him. "Look at this. Do you recognize it?" "You." Li Xinghe immediately recognized the heavenly astral compass as soon as he touched it. He cried out involuntarily, "How could it be with you?" Chu Li smiled. "Why not? It's not that difficult to steal something from Tang Yi." When Li Xinghe thought of Chu Li's powerful martial arts, he could only shut his mouth and caress the heavenly astral compass greedily. He hated the fact that he did not have his cultivation level and could not perform the stargazing technique. The stargazing technique and this compass complemented each other, doubling its power. It was truly a mystical item, a divine item. To others, the heavenly astral compass was merely an antique. It was not valuable because its material was neither gold nor jade. It was just a strange stone that was not recognized by the public. Chu Li asked, "How is it?" As expected of the heavenly astral compass, Li Xinghe exclaimed. He could sense the unique aura of the heavenly astral compass. Others would not be able to detect it, but only those who frequently peeped into the mysteries of heaven would be able to sense it. He could not help but feel intoxicated by it. He wanted nothing more than to hug it and never let it go. Chu Li reached out and gently took the heavenly astral compass from Li Xinghe's hands. Li Xinghe stretched out his hand in vain before putting it down dejectedly. Chu Li smiled as he put it back into his bosom and shook his head. "You should know that you'll never be able to get your hands on this item once it's mine, including the cosmic jade badge. You haven't cultivated the secret skill inside, have you?" "No." Li Xinghe shook his head absent-mindedly and sighed dejectedly. He knew that Chu Li was right. Once it was in Chu Li's hands, it would be impossible for him to get it back. Chu Li said, "Then there's no hope for you and the stargazing pavilion." Li Xinghe raised his head and said, "Only the stargazing pavilion can truly understand the secret skill inside. It's useless even if you get it." Chu Li smiled. "I'll destroy the cosmic jade badge if the stargazing pavilion offends me again." "You." Li Xinghe gritted his teeth and said, "All right, tell me, what do you want?" If Chu Li really wanted to kill him, he would have done so earlier. There was no need to talk about this. Chu Li said, "As punishment for harming my wife, you have to atone for your crime." "How do I atone for my crime?" Li Xinghe scoffed. "Let me be the first to say that I can't possibly go against the third prince. That would be a disaster for the stargazing pavilion. You may be difficult to deal with, but the emperor is even more terrifying." Chu Li smiled. Li Xinghe said, "I'll also advise you not to go against the emperor or you'll die a horrible death." Chu Li laughed. "Since when has the stargazing pavilion become so timid?" Li Xinghe scoffed. "That's because we haven't experienced the emperor's true power. You're the same. Although you're powerful, you're still a grandmaster after all. It's impossible for you to defeat the emperor." Chu Li said, "In that case, you're choosing to die now. What do you want me to do?" Li Xinghe scoffed. Chu Li said, "Serve me for 10 years. "Impossible." Li Xinghe shook his head firmly. Chapter 15-17. Chu Li continued, "As long as you serve me for 10 years, the celestial jade badge and the heaven power compass will belong to you after that." "How about that?" Li Xinghe clenched his teeth and shook his head. "No." Chu Li sized him up with a smile. "So, you'd rather die than serve me?" "That's right." Li Xinghe scoffed. "You're going against the Fu dynasty's imperial family, so you'll definitely die. If I serve you, I won't be the only one who dies. I might drag the stargazing pavilion down with me. I can't do that no matter what." Chu Li sighed. "You're putting me in a difficult position." Li Xinghe said, "Otherwise, you could just kill me." Chu Li said, "Based on what you've done, it's not too much to kill you. I'm sure the stargazing pavilion won't dare to act recklessly. The Fu dynasty's imperial family is scary, but isn't Goddess Attraction Mountain the same?" Li Xinghe shook his head and sighed. "Others don't understand Goddess Attraction Mountain and feel that it's mysterious, but how can we not? Your Goddess Attraction Mountain is just an empty shell. It only looks scary, but it actually only has 3 people. Oh, now it's 4. The mountain chieftain can't act as she pleases. As for the other 3, the newest generation Zhou Jie is far from being a threat. The only ones who pose a threat are you and that Dong Jinshin." Chu Li frowned. "As expected of the stargazing pavilion. You know so much. Since you know so much, how can you not know that the 2 of us can destroy the stargazing pavilion. Impossible. Li Xinghe shook his head. Chu Li scoffed. You're afraid that the Fu dynasty's imperial family will deal with the stargazing pavilion. But aren't you afraid that I'll do the same? Looks like I can't destroy you. Is the stargazing pavilion stronger than the Church of the Divine Blood? Li Xinghe smiled. You're different from the Fu dynasty's imperial family. A gentleman deceives you with methods, right? Chu Li said plainly. Li Xinghe remained silent as a tacit agreement. Chu Li said, I won't destroy the stargazing pavilion. I'll only destroy your stargazing pavilion star atlas. That'll be your sin. Li Xinghe's expression changed. He did not expect Chu Li to hit the nail on the head. He knew that the stargazing pavilion starry atlas was extremely important. Almost no one else knew about this. It was the secret of the stargazing pavilion. The 8 major sects all knew about the starry atlas, but they did not know that it was related to the cultivation of the stargazing technique. Chu Li saw that his expression was solemn, but he still had no intention of giving in. Chu Li shook his head and sighed. If that's the case, we can't make this deal. Forget it then. I'll send you on your way. As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle, poured out a pill, and stuffed it into Li Xinghe's mouth. Li Xinghe's expression changed drastically as he shouted in a deep voice, Since you want to kill me, just kill me directly. Why use poison? Chu Li smiled. It's impossible for you to die so easily. It's better for you to suffer. I'll let you suffer so much that you won't be able to die, even if you beg for it. Li Xinghe gritted his teeth and snorted. Chu Li, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. I've really misjudged you. Chu Li laughed out loud. Do you really think that you've seen through me? Have a taste of it now. Li Xinghe felt a gust of fresh air entering his dantian and circling around it, giving rise to a warm air that warmed his cold and empty dantian. The feeling was wonderful, and his tensed-up body immediately relaxed. However, he did not let his guard down. Many poisons were like this. At first, it was comfortable, but later, it would be painful. The more painful it was, the more you wished that you had never been born into this world. He shuddered at the thought of this. Looking at Chu Li's smiling face, he wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. Chu Li grinned. How does it taste? Chu Li, even if I die, I'll ascend to the Grandmaster's boundary. Li Xinghe said hatefully. We'll meet one day. Chu Li smiled. All right, I'll wait for your revenge. Bang! All of a sudden, Li Xinghe's aura skyrocketed. His beard and hair fluttered, and soon, his body floated into the air as well. His blue robe fluttered in the wind as if he was standing in the middle of a strong gale. Chu Li looked up and sized him up before nodding in satisfaction. Looks like the medicine is quite effective. No matter how muddle-headed Li Xinghe was, he finally realized that his inner energy had recovered. This was not a poison, but a spirit medicine that could restore his martial arts. With a thought, he turned around and was about to escape. Just as he was about to move, before his body could move, Chu Li appeared behind him in a flash and struck his back with his palm. At once, his body fell straight down and froze again. Chu Li was satisfied. How does it feel to have your martial arts restored? Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Li Xinghe gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter if my martial arts are restored or not. You're going to kill me anyway. Chu Li smiled. Looks like you're really asking for death. Sigh. Then why should I bother saving you? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he raised his palm. Before I kill you, I'll still have to cripple you. His palm slowly landed on Li Xinghe's chest. His movements were slow as he looked at Li Xinghe with a smile. Li Xinghe's expression was uncertain as he struggled intensely. Just as his palm was about to touch his chest, Li Xinghe yelled, Wait! Chu Li stopped, but did not retract his palm. Instead, he looked at him with a smile. Why? Do you have any last words? If I die, can you send my corpse back to Stargazing Pavilion? Li Xinghe asked. Chu Li shook his head. Impossible. I'll just throw you down this ravine. You're vicious. Li Xinghe gritted his teeth. Chu Li smiled. Why should I be lenient towards someone who's plotting against my wife? All right, we can talk. Li Xinghe scoffed. Chu Li retracted his palm and sized him up. What's there to talk about? 10 years of service in exchange for your life. In addition to your cultivation level, the Heavenly Astra Jade Badge, and the Heaven Power Compass, you've earned too much. It's only 10 years. 10 years was not a long time for a Grandmaster. A top-notch Grandmaster's lifespan was around 300 years. 10 years was but a snap of a finger. Li Xinghe had spent several years planning the Heavenly Astra Jade Badge, but it was to no avail. Li Xinghe said, I want the Heavenly Astra Jade Badge and the Heaven Power Compass first. Chu Li chuckled and shook his head. Do you think I'm a fool? Li Xinghe scoffed. How would I know if you'll give me the Heavenly Astra Jade Badge and the Heaven Power Compass after 10 years? Wouldn't I be fooled by you if I work for nothing? Chu Li said, You can choose not to agree to it. I'll send you to heaven right now. Fine. Li Xinghe scoffed. Give me the Heavenly Astra Jade Badge first. I can give you the Heaven Power Compass after 5 years. Chu Li said angrily, I'm not going to negotiate with you. I only have one thing to ask you. Do you agree to it or not? I don't want to waste my breath. All right, I agree. Li Xinghe said, but I have a condition. If I perform a meritorious deed, I'll have to look at the Heavenly Astra Jade Badge for a few days. Chu Li shook his head. If you perform a meritorious deed, you can shorten the duration of your service. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, half a month, or even a month. It all depends on your contribution. Chapter 15:18. Chu Li laughed and nodded. A wise man submits to circumstances. Li Xinghe, you're quite tactful. Otherwise, I would have killed you. How could I leave a scourge like you to plot against my family? Li Xinghe nodded slowly. Chu Li said, Since I dared to kill Wei Wuwei, I dare to kill you too. Thank you for sparing my life, then. Li Xinghe scoffed. He was still a little angry and unhappy, but he knew that the situation was not in his favor. Under such circumstances, he had no choice at all. Even if he died, the stargazing pavilion would still have to fight for him in order to avenge him. He dared not underestimate Chu Li's ability. Even if stargazing pavilion could avenge him, their vitality would be greatly damaged. If they ended up like the Church of the Divine Blood, he would become a sinner of the sect. If that was the case, he could only yield and get through this. Chu Li said, You have to do 2 things now. First, do me a small favor and pass a message to Tang Yi. Second, go to the imperial residence of King and immediately and serve him. The imperial residence of King and? Li Xinghe was stunned. Chu Li smiled. How about it? I've thought about it for you. You'll be exposed in the Fu dynasty, but the imperial residence of King and in the Ji dynasty is the best place for you to hide. No one from the Fu dynasty will recognize you there. Why should I go to the imperial residence of King? Li Xinghe was moved. Just as Chu Li had said, the Ji dynasty was considered a remote place. Even though Chu Li had appeared there, the Fu dynasty did not pay much attention to it. Very few people went there. Compared to the prosperity of the Fu dynasty, the Ji dynasty was a poor and remote place. Chu Li said, Help the young prince seize the throne. What? Li Xinghe smiled bitterly. Seizing the throne is no different from seizing destiny. I'm afraid. Aren't you always proud of your ability to study destiny? This is a great opportunity. Chu Li said, Whether you can change your destiny or not, it all depends on your ability. All right. Li Xinghe nodded slowly. He was tempted by Chu Li again. Being able to participate in the fight for the throne was a rare opportunity. It was dangerous but exciting. It was indeed exciting to be able to change the original owner of the throne. Chu Li nodded in satisfaction. I hope you can keep your promise. Otherwise, you know what I'm capable of. You can run, but not the temple. If I can't find you, I'll clean up the stargazing pavilion. Don't worry. Since I've agreed to it, I won't go back on my word. Li Xinghe said solemnly. Chu Li said, That's good. Li Xinghe said, How can I help you with the first favor? Chu Li said, Lure Tang Yi to somewhere else. I'll wait for him there. Tell him that I'm heavily injured and that he can take the opportunity to kill me. The fewer people he brings, the better. It'll be best if he comes alone. Li Xinghe nodded happily. All right. Since he had already pledged his allegiance to Chu Li, he could only try his best. If he was distracted, he would be the one to suffer in the end. As for Tang Yi, although he had given Chu Li enough benefits, it was a pity that he was one step behind. Compared to Chu Li, Tang Yi was much weaker. Of course, Chu Li knew what to do. If it were not for the fact that he was wary of Tang Haoyan, he would have surrendered long ago. Tang Yi was in the backyard. He was holding onto the railing as he looked at the fishes swimming below. Su Shixing hurried in. "Your Royal Highness, did you receive any news from Li Xinghe?" "Yes." Tang Yi nodded. "Are we going to ambush him?" Su Shixing asked. "This time, we won't let Xiao Qi escape. This time, it's not Xiao Qi but Chu Li." Tang Yi shook his head and said calmly, "Li Xinghe predicted that Chu Li is heavily injured." "Heavily injured?" Su Shixing frowned. "How could he be injured? Father is injured. How can he not be injured?" Tang Yi scoffed. It was already a feat for Chu Li to be able to escape unscathed from his father. He would never believe that his father was injured while he was not injured at all. Therefore, he did not doubt Li Xinghe's words. "That's true." Su Shixing nodded slowly. However, he was suspicious. Chu Li was clearly fine and was not injured at all. Yet, Li Xinghe predicted that he was heavily injured. Could it be that he had just been injured? Or was he lying? Tang Yi said, "This is a good opportunity to get rid of him. Father will be happy as long as he's gone." "That's right." Su Shixing nodded. "Your Royal Highness will be happy to kill someone that even the Emperor can't. He'll also value your Royal Highness more. When that time comes." He looked excited and rubbed his hands together. Tang Yi scoffed and looked askance at him. "Look at how impatient you are." Su Shixing could not suppress his excitement. "Your Royal Highness, this is a good opportunity. Let's do it now." "You can't go." Tang Yi shook his head. "No one else can go. I'm going to kill Chu Li myself." "Your Royal Highness." Su Shixing looked worried. "Although Chu Li is heavily injured, he's still Chu Li. We can't underestimate him. It's better to bring a few more people. He's also an expert in prediction." Tang Yi scoffed. "If you guys go with him, he'll sense the danger and avoid it. If I go alone, he won't be able to sense it. I still think it's too dangerous." Su Shixing shook his head in disapproval. Tang Yi waved his hand. "I made up my mind. There's no need to say anything else." "Yes." Su Shixing nodded helplessly. "When will your Royal Highness make a move?" "I can't tell you when." Tang Yi scoffed. "Go and find a map of the surroundings." "Yes." Su Shixing turned and left in a hurry. He felt that this was a trap. Could it be that Chu Li had bribed Li Xinghe and even forced him to do the same to him? If that was the case, Chu Li was too scary. Tang Yi arrived at the peak of the mountain above Ten Despair Valley. He looked down at his surroundings with the intention to reach the clouds. If he could really get rid of Chu Li, he would be one step closer to the throne. Once he became the emperor, he might even be able to make up for the imperfections in his lower body when he became an enlightened master. Therefore, he had to become an enlightened master no matter what. He had to seize the throne. This time, he had to kill Chu Li. When he thought of this, he looked down at the deep valley and leaped down. When he landed in the valley, the inner energy around him suddenly dissipated, and he fell straight into the pool like a stone. He felt as if his entire body had fallen apart, and his bones were about to shatter. He turned his head and looked around. The pool was so clear that he could see the bottom. Apart from fishes, prawns, and aquatic plants, there were no other large creatures. He immediately let out a long sigh of relief and swam up lazily. He wanted to get out no matter what. Right at this moment, he saw an enormous monster with a ferocious head and a huge body. It moved at an extremely fast speed, bringing with it a hint of elegance and grace. However, when he saw its dagger-like teeth glinting with a cold light and its sharp claws, he felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly turned around and swam away. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was incomparably slow in front of the evil dark dragon. Chu Li caught up in an instant and threw a punch. Bang! Tang Yi's body trembled, and he immediately stopped moving. The evil dark dragon swung its tail and approached him. Chapter 1519. Chu Li lifted the corpse and froze it immediately. This was the 10 Absolute Valley, and within the 10 Absolute Origin locking formation, it isolated all senses. Even Tang Haoyan, who was a god of heaven, could not sense Tang Yi. When Sun Mingwe was in trouble, her master, Song Wanqing, could not find her. Therefore, even though Tang Haoyan had sensed Tang Ye's death, he did not know that it was here. He rode on the evil underworld dragon and silently went ashore. He landed on the grass and buried Tang Yi in the forest. After coming out, he clapped his hands and shook his head. He had finally killed Tang Yi, who had courted death. From then on, the people around her would no longer be harassed, and Shao Qi would be able to cultivate in peace. Although Tang Yi was incompetent, he had great influence due to his identity, so he could not be underestimated when he committed evil deeds. If Li Xinghe could help him, it was hard to say what the other sects could do. No matter how powerful Shao Qi was, she could not stop them. If he wanted to cultivate in peace, he could only get rid of this future trouble. He turned around and jumped onto the evil dark dragon's back. The evil dark dragon shook its tail and silently slid into the pool. Chu Li needed to focus on his cultivation. Tang Haoyan would be able to find him soon. When that time came, he needed to take the chance to cultivate the dragon taming technique. Who knows, he might be able to advance another level. While activating the dragon taming art, a man and a dragon returned to its cave abode. Time passed slowly, and the art of dragon control was activated to the extreme. The life and death scripture collected the spiritual energy from beyond the heavens. It did not need to flow through the nirvana wheel, but directly entered the body. It circulated in the meridians according to the art of dragon control, and the cultivation speed was extremely fast, several times that of an ordinary person. The aura of the art of dragon control circulated through his body and then poured into the body of the evil dark dragon. It lay lazily on the ground as if it had fallen asleep. The aura around its body slowly increased. The power of the art of dragon control in his body was far weaker than it was in the evil dark dragon's body. It wasn't very useful in his body, but for the evil dark dragon, the art of dragon control's inner strength was like a powerful tonic that strengthened it. Woo! The evil nether dragon suddenly let out a low cry and opened its eyes, which shone brightly. The cave abode suddenly lit up, as if a full moon had fallen in, illuminating the entire cave abode several times brighter. It was almost impossible to open one's eyes. The inner strength of the art of dragon control surged in its body, forming a miraculous resonance with the water outside, as if it was moving with the water. Its consciousness was almost blurred, and it walked out in a daze. Chu Li floated onto its back and continued to channel the inner energy of the dragon taming technique into it. This was the most crucial moment. Once the amount accumulated was enough, it would trigger a transformation. If he could really complete this transformation, the evil nether dragon would become stronger, and the dragon taming technique would also advance to the 4th level. The evil dark dragon floated into the pool, and the water around it squeezed towards it. Chu Li felt a strong pressure pressing down on him, and it felt like all the water was trying to squeeze into its body. Chu Li felt like he was suffocating and could not catch his breath. The force of the pool water was so strong that it felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He had no power to resist and felt like he would be turned into a meat patty before long. But he couldn't leave the evil dark dragon. Without the dragon control art, it might not be able to survive this transformation. Time seemed to stop, and every second was extremely slow. Chu Li focused on channeling the dragon control art, feeling its changes. The pool water was pressing down on its body, and it was silently changing. From the bones to the bones, from the organs to the flesh to the skin, everything was strengthening and becoming stronger. The pressure of the pool water was getting stronger, and Chu Li's vision darkened. He was about to faint, and his organs felt like they were being crushed. His body was extremely strong, and with multiple bodies, his body had broken through the limits of a human. But under this pressure, his body was extremely fragile, and he could be crushed into a meat patty at any time. Previously, the pressure of the pool water would have turned him into a meat patty, but now it could turn him into a meat patty. The force of the pool water was too strong, and he could no longer hold on. But he had to hold on even if he couldn't. If he couldn't hold on, then all his previous efforts would be wasted, and he might not be able to cultivate the dragon control art in this lifetime. If he couldn't hold on at the 4th level, what could he do after that? It really wasn't that easy to define nature and become a god. He gritted his teeth and didn't let himself fall into a coma. Under such circumstances, he was still desperately channeling the dragon control art. Under such extreme circumstances, the dragon control art circulated even faster, and the spiritual energy absorbed by the life and death scripture became denser. The dragon control art's inner energy continuously surged into the evil dark dragon's body. The evil dark dragon suddenly opened its mouth and let out a soundless roar. Suddenly, the pool water surged, and the entire pool seemed to be boiling. Chu felt the pressure suddenly lighten, and his body seemed to be filled with energy. He was originally going to be crushed, but now he was filled up. A strange chill came from the evil dark dragon's body and instantly surged into his organs. His organs suddenly became stronger, and his vision suddenly became brighter, and he could see further. He suddenly understood that after obtaining this aura, he had also undergone a transformation like the evil dark dragon, becoming stronger. Although he didn't know how much stronger he was, it was incomparable to before. He smiled, and his heart was filled with joy. The dragon control art's inner energy suddenly became mellower, and it flowed more smoothly and faster. It was already the 4th level of the dragon control art. He almost wanted to howl at the sky. This time, it was really not easy to improve. Compared to the first 3 levels, it was like the difference between heaven and hell. If he had to do it again, he really didn't know if he could actually last until the end. He floated down from the evil dark dragon's back and sized it up. He found that it had indeed changed. The patterns on the scales on his body had changed a little, as if they had gained a bit more luster. His eyes had become more quick-witted, and his ferocious head had also changed. His mouth seemed to have become a bit smaller, and his eyes had also become a bit bigger. He wasn't as ugly as before. Chu nodded in satisfaction and smiled as he patted it. The evil dark dragon swung its tail and instantly moved 100 feet. Its speed was much faster than before. Originally, the pool water did not hinder it, but now it seemed to be helping it. He could feel that its control of the pool water had become stronger. Bang! Suddenly, the pool water shook. Chu looked up and saw Tang Haoyan. Chu let out a long sigh of relief and revealed a look of excitement. If Tang Haoyan had appeared when he was breaking through just now, it would have been really troublesome. His luck was still quite good, and this made him excited. Today, he would take advantage of this opportunity when he and the evil dark dragon were improving to kill Tang Haoyan. At the thought of killing an enlightened master, Chu instantly couldn't suppress his excitement. This had always been an impulse from the bottom of his heart. He leaped onto the evil dark dragon's back. The evil dark dragon swung its tail excitedly. Sensing Chu Li's excitement, it was about to rush over. However, Chu Li had an idea and did not let it rush over. Instead, he turned around and ran. Tang Haoyan saw a man and a dragon. He took out a jade bottle from his bosom and threw the last pill into his mouth. Then, he threw the jade bottle away and chased after Chu Li at an incredible speed like a swimming fish. Chapter 15:20. Chu Li and the evil dark dragon turned around and fled to the bottom of the lake. Tang Haoyan increased his speed and slowly chased after them. Chu Li and the evil underworld dragon suddenly sped up, once again pulling 100 meters away. Tang Haoyan furrowed his brows. The evil dark dragon was indeed stronger in the water. Once it was on land, it would not have such speed, and they would have caught up long ago. Damn it. He should have stayed calm and waited for them to get on land before attacking. He then shook his head and thought of Tang Ye's decapitated body that he found in the forest. His anger surged again, and his body surged with power again. He suddenly sped up and closed the distance to 50 meters. Chu Li turned around and shook his head. Tang Haoyan glared at him as if he was looking at a dead man. This time, Sun Mingyue was not around, and Chu Li was alone. He was definitely no match for her, so she wanted to see how he was going to escape this time, His eyes were cold and emotionless, but his heart was burning with passion. It was as if his blood was boiling, and his speed suddenly increased. The medicinal effect of the pill he consumed was extraordinary, and it provided him with an enormous amount of inner energy. He was confident that it was enough to kill Chu Li. The evil Dar dragon suddenly swung its tail, turned around, and swam back up. Its speed also increased, and it once again fell 100 meters away. Tang Haoyan furrowed his brows and chased after them. The evil dark dragon's speed fluctuated between fast and slow. When Tang Haoyan caught up, it would immediately increase its speed and widen the distance between them. When Tang Haoyan fell further away, it would slow down again, maintaining a distance of about 100 meters. Tang Haoyan swam from the bottom of the pond to the surface, and from the surface to the bottom again. After 2 rounds, Tang Haoyan realized that the evil dark dragon was playing with him and was wasting his inner energy. The evil dark dragon's strength in the water was almost limitless. After all, it had the bloodline of a dragon, so its strength was far greater than that of a human's. Even if it ran for an entire day and night, it would not be tired, but he could not. In the water, he needed to consume his inner energy. Although the pill provided him with a large amount of inner energy, it was not endless. Once his inner energy was exhausted, he could only rely on his mental cultivation method to recover his inner energy. In this 10 absolute essence locking formation, his recovery speed was far slower than his consumption. Thinking of this, his fiery heart cooled down a little. If this went on, he would be defeated by this dragon and this man. Once he thought of this, he turned around and left. Since he could not kill Chu Li, he would protect himself first. If he waited until he was exhausted, he might not be Chu Li's match. The evil underworld dragon and Chu Li turned around and suddenly sped up, covering 100 meters in the blink of an eye. A surging force assaulted him from behind. Tang Haoyan twisted his head and thrust forward. In his hand was a long sword. The body of the sword was simple and unadorned, like a broken sword, but it was suffused with cold air in the pond water. Chu Li had a thought, and the evil nether dragon swung its claws instead of head-butting the sword. Tang Haoyan was also an easy person to deal with. After suffering at the hands of the evil dark dragon the last time, he had been thinking hard about how to counter it. Swordsmanship was the best way to counter the evil dark dragon's advantage. Martial arts that relied on inner energy like fists and palms would not be able to defeat the evil dark dragon and Chu Li, who were working together. However, sword techniques were different. The evil dark dragon's ability to repel water could not stop the sword, so it would unleash the full power of the sword technique. The evil dark dragon's claws were abnormally sharp. It was Chu Li who had imprinted a set of claw techniques in its mind, so it could use them freely. Its intelligence surprised Chu Li, and it was even better than humans. The dragon claw that was suffused with a cold light and the long sword that was dull and lightless clashed nonstop. There was no sound in the pond water, but the vibrations were endless. The pond water was stirred up into a mess. The overflowing energy twisted around Tang Haoyan, as if it was boiling. The evil dark dragon's side was calm, and the pond water returned to normal when it reached its side. Chu Li sat on the evil dark dragon's body and watched the dragon claws and the sword collide, continuously activating the dragon taming technique. The dragon taming technique circulated in the evil dark dragon's body, dispelling the force coming from the sword. Tang Haoyan's sword force was extremely sharp, but in front of the rich dragon taming technique's inner energy, it was dispelled. The evil dark dragon's body was already strong, and after losing the sharp sword force, it could not hurt it. Very quickly, it was completely dispelled by the dragon taming technique. For a moment, the situation was at a stalemate. Tang Haoyan's face was gloomy, and he felt that the evil dark dragon was becoming more and more difficult to deal with. Logically speaking, his sword force should be able to hurt the evil dark dragon, but looking at the evil dark dragon's appearance, it did not seem to be injured at all. His face suddenly flushed red, and then his body swelled up. The snow-white sword light suddenly became dazzling, and its speed suddenly increased. The tip of the sword penetrated the dragon's defense and directly pierced the evil dark dragon's chest. The tip of the sword immediately slid. The scale that the tip of the sword had pierced suddenly released a soft light, and then the tip of the sword slid away. The evil dark dragon fiercely waved its dragon claw and slashed Tang Haotian's right shoulder. Immediately, blood gushed out, and the boiling pond water around him was dyed red. It was as if he was also dyed red. The sword light fiercely flashed again, and the tip of the sword pierced the evil dark dragon's body again. Another 2 scales emitted a soft light, and the tip of the sword slid away. The dragon claw swung out again. Tang Haotian suddenly retreated, but he still did not have time to dodge. The dragon claw slashed across his left shoulder, and the surrounding pond water turned even redder. Tang Haotian saw that the situation was not good and quickly retreated to escape. He never thought that the sharpest treasure sword he had found would not be able to cut through the evil dark dragon scales. In the world, the sharpness of this sword was already one of the best, and there was nothing it could not cut through. This was a tiger-taming divine sword that had killed the spirit tiger. The evil dark dragon's grade was not as high as the spirit tiger's. Although it had dragon blood, it was only an imperceptible trace, and it was 1 grade lower than the spirit tiger. With this tiger-taming divine sword, he was confident that he could injure or even kill the evil dark dragon. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. This evil dark dragon was actually so powerful that it could defend against the tiger-taming divine sword. Seeing that Tang Haotian was escaping, the evil dark dragon fiercely rushed over. Its speed suddenly increased, and its dragon claw slashed across his back. Blood immediately gushed out violently. Chuli could even see its spine through the twisted skin on its back. Its bones were strung together, and it suddenly shook violently. Its speed increased again, and it shot out like a shadow. The evil dark dragon was not willing to let him escape. The surrounding pond water suddenly pressed down, and Chu Li's vision darkened, and he found it difficult to breathe. Bam! There was a dull sound, and the evil dark dragon instantly appeared behind Tang Haotian. Seeing this, Chu Li fiercely stomped his foot, and the evil dark dragon's speed combined with his own. The modesty sword was unsheathed, and his body and sword became one. In an instant, he stabbed precisely at Tang Haotian's back, where his heart was. Chu Li was overjoyed. He did not think that he would really be able to stab his heart. He fiercely pulled out his sword, but found that the long sword was stuck. Tang Haotian turned around and glared at him, holding the tip of the modesty sword in his hand. He suddenly smiled sinisterly, and the tiger-taming divine sword stabbed at Chu Li. His shoulders did not seem to be injured at all. The tiger-taming divine sword stabbed at an incredible speed, and Chu Li could only let go of the sword and retreat, pushing out both palms. The tiger-taming divine sword stabbed forward without any obstruction, and his palm energy could not stop it at all. Being in the pond water, he could not use his body techniques. Chu Li barely managed to avoid being stabbed at his heart, but he was still stabbed by the tiger-taming divine sword. Chu Li did not dare to grab the blade of the tiger-taming divine sword. Seeing that Tang Haotian had lost a finger, he knew that this was dangerous. He fiercely punched the tip of the modesty sword, and instantly, the modesty sword flew out of Tang Haotian's body, and an arrow of blood spurted out. Tang Haotian's expression changed. The hand that was about to pull out the tiger-taming divine sword suddenly became weak, and it fell straight to the bottom of the pond. Chapter 15:21. Tang Haotian dodged to the side. His eyes once again shot out a cold light. His speed suddenly increased, like an arrow leaving the bow. He shot toward the surface of the lake. For a moment, Chu Li was unable to catch up. He felt the water start to surge and turned to look at the evil dark dragon. Bang! With an explosion, the evil underworld dragon once again disappeared from its original position and appeared behind Tang Haotian. It swung its dragon claws, wanted to slice Tang Haotian apart. If he could not dodge this claw, Tang Haotian would be cut in half. Tang Haotian transformed into a shadow. The dragon claw slashed across, but it was only an illusion. Tang Haoyan had already escaped from the claw. Chu Li gritted his teeth. This was his best chance. If he still could not kill Tang Haoyan this time, then there would really be no hope left. Thus, the heavenly demonic orb suddenly dispersed, and his body abruptly expanded as he transformed into a heavenly demon. He suddenly sped up and caught up to the evil dark dragon in the next instant. Bam! The evil dark dragon sped up again and appeared behind Tang Haoyan. Chu Li flew out from the evil underworld dragon's back, and with a push of his legs, his speed was even faster than the evil underworld dragon's, and he instantly caught up to Tang Haoyan. His crouching tiger divine sword stabbed at Tang Haoyan's chest, intending to completely shatter his heart. Heavenly deity experts really were too tenacious. Even though his heart was stabbed, he could still move. This time, Tang Haoyan burned his lifespan to use a secret technique. This should be the last time. As long as he was killed, he wouldn't be able to escape anymore. Tang Haoyan turned around and struck the tiger-subduing divine sword accurately. The palm energy traveled along the sword's body, and both of them were sent flying. Tang Haoyan's speed of escape was even faster, but Chu Li's speed was greatly reduced as he was blocked. The evil nether dragon caught up. Chu Li leaped onto his back again. The evil nether dragon sped up and closed in on Tang Haoyan. Once again, Chu Li leaped forward and chased after Tang Haoyan. This time, he stabbed Tang Haoyan's back without any resistance, right where his heart was. Chu Li twisted the crouching tiger divine sword, and it was as if he could hear the sound of Tang Haoyan's heart shattering. Chu Li smiled. Tang Haoyan paused, turned his head with difficulty, and smiled at him. Chu Li felt that this smile was strange. It did not seem to be resentment, but sarcasm. He frowned and pulled out his sword. Fresh blood gushed out again and dyed the surrounding water red. Chu Li swung his sword again, intending to decapitate him. Even if he was a heavenly god, he would most likely die after his head was separated from his body. Suddenly, a beam of light fell from the sky and penetrated Tang Haoyan's body, illuminating the entire pond. A vast power surged out from the pillar of light, forcing Chu Li and the evil dark dragon to continuously retreat. They could not control their bodies, and even if they desperately tried to push forward, it was of no use. They continued to retreat. They only stopped retreating after retreating more than 30 meters away. They widened their eyes and stared at Tang Haoyan, ignoring the light in their eyes. They watched as Tang Haoyan slowly floated up from the pillar of light. The wounds all over his body healed quickly, and his torn chest healed quickly. Even his fallen fingers floated back to his palm and healed quickly. The pillar of light suddenly shone brightly, dazzling like the sun. Even with Chu Li's extraordinary vision, he could not see clearly. The omniscient mirror could not observe the outside world in the pool, so he could only rely on his eyes. However, he had no choice but to close his eyes. His surroundings suddenly darkened. He hurriedly opened his eyes and found that there was nothing in front of him. Tang Haoyan had disappeared as if he had never been there. He quickly looked around, but the clear pond was clear at a glance. Tang Haoyan was not there. He leaped out of the pond and used the omniscient mirror to observe. Tang Haoyan was not in the ravine either. Only Tang Ye's corpse was left. Chu Li stood on the grass and screamed at the sky. Ah! He fiercely shot the tiger, taming divine sword out, and it landed on a rock next to him, making a crisp ding sound. Chu Li could not let go of his frustration. He had worked so hard for so long and was about to kill Tang Haoyan, but at this moment, a pillar of light fell from the outland, forcefully saved him, and took him away. The grievance of failing on the verge of success almost made him explode. He wanted to kill Tang Haoyan so badly, but he could not do so no matter how many times he tried. Tang Haoyan seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of secret techniques that allowed him to turn the situation around every time. The last time he almost succeeded, he was rescued again. Ah! Chu Li screamed again. The evil dark dragon slid out of the pond and softly comforted him, its fierce head coming over. After Chu Li patted its head, he calmed down and could only sigh. It seemed that the Outland was helping Tang Hao Yin. Thinking of this, he patted the evil dark dragon and told it to be careful, but he was not worried. No matter how powerful Tang Hao Yin was, he could not hurt the evil dark dragon. As long as it stayed in the pond, the evil dark dragon could protect itself. He leaped up, and in the blink of an eye, he was out of Tin Despair Valley and directly appeared at the foot of Goddess Attraction Mountain. After entering Goddess Attraction Mountain, he directly went in front of the bronze bell and rang it. Dong Jinshin slowly walked in front of him. Chu Li fist saluted. "Senior brother." Dong Jinshin frowned and looked at him. "Junior brother, why are you ringing the bell again?" Chu Li said, "I have something to ask, master." "What is it?" Dong Jinshin asked. Chu Li shook his head. Dong Jinshin's face darkened. "Why, senior brother, can I know?" Chu Li sighed. "It's about the enlightened masters." "Let's hear it." Dong Jinshin said, "I heard that you and Tang Hao Yin had a good fight. Although he does not dare to kill you, you have to be careful. Tang Hao Yin is not to be trifled with. He is full of evil tricks." Chu Li said, "Can an enlightened master be killed?" "You want to kill an enlightened master?" Dong Jinshin frowned. "Don't bite off more than you can chew. An enlightened master can die, but he can only be killed by an enlightened master. A grand master cannot kill an enlightened master. Why can an enlightened master kill an enlightened master, but not a grand master?" Chu Li did not understand. Dong Jinshin said, "An enlightened master is the representative of the Deva. Their dignity cannot be violated. No matter how powerful an enlightened master is, they cannot offend or kill an enlightened master. Otherwise, where is the dignity of the Deva? So, no matter how I kill Tang Hao Yin, I cannot kill him?" Chu Li frowned. Dong Jinshin slowly nodded. "Yes, this is too." Chu Li frowned. "Aren't enlightened masters fearless?" "Of course not." Dong Jinshin said, "As an enlightened master, if he is really killed by a non-heavenly master, even if he is saved, he will be punished by heaven. His cultivation level will be lowered, and his time in the world will be shortened by 10 years. Chu Li was startled and said, 10 years? Yes, this is already a very severe punishment. An enlightened master can only stay in the world for 60 years. Dong Jinshin said, "Why did you kill Tang Hao Yin?" "I almost killed him." Chu Li laughed and scoffed. "If that's the case, he is going to go to heaven. Although he could not kill Tang Hao Yin, he could make him go to heaven. It was not a waste of effort." Dong Jinshin looked at him in surprise. "Brother, you really killed him?" Chu Li said, "I don't know if it counts. He was stabbed twice in the heart. Just as he was about to attack again, a beam of light fell from the sky and healed him. That is indeed killing him." Dong Jinshin's eyes lit up and laughed. "Good, good." Chu Li smiled. "Brother, you are happier than me." Dong Jinshin gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "This Tang Hao Yin deserves to die." Chu Li knew at a glance that he had suffered under Tang Hao Yin's hands. Dong Jinshin hurriedly said, "We should inform Master. This is a big deal. Tang Hao Yin is probably making arrangements for his funeral and will go to heaven soon." Chapter 15:22. The two waited in front of the bronze bell for a long time, but did not see Zhou Dunli. Chu Li looked around and looked at Dong Jinshin in confusion. Dong Jinshin said, "It seems that Master is at a critical juncture of isolation and can't come back." Chu Li said, "I killed Tang Hao Yin. Grandmasters won't do anything, right? He used the enlightened Master's power and succeeded by luck. He might not be able to kill Tang Hao Yin even if he did again. It was already so difficult to deal with enlightened masters. He had no power to resist the punishment from grandmasters. It was not worth it to sacrifice his life for Tang Hao Yin." Dong Jinshin shook his head. "Heavenly rules are only for enlightened masters. They don't care about grandmasters. You can kill enlightened masters because of your own ability. Grandmasters won't care. Don't worry." Chu Li sighed in relief. Dong Jinshin looked at him and praised, "The next hill master is you, junior brother." Chu Li smiled. "My dragon taming technique is still shallow. It will be good if you can become the hill master." Dong Jinshin said, You can kill enlightened masters now. After you become Hill Master, Goddess Attraction Mountain will become stronger and completely subdue all the countries. They will be completely convinced. This was his obsession. Goddess Attraction Mountain seemed to be respected, but it was just an empty shell. Otherwise, he would not have been humiliated by Tang Haoyan. Chu Li said, "Senior brother, you think too highly of me." Dong Jianxin said seriously, "Junior brother, you think I'm being humble? In the future, you will know that I say what I want to say and never lie. Although you are not the reincarnation of a deva, you are a true genius. You are more suitable than me to be the Hill Master of Goddess Attraction Mountain." Chu Li sighed and did not say much. "Forget it. Master won't come down this time." Dong Jianxin looked up at the sky. "Wait for 2 days. Master will come as soon as he comes out of isolation. He has already heard the bell." Chu Li nodded. Dong Jianxin said, "Your new wife is a smart person. She also cultivates very hard. It's rare." At first, he was still worried. Most of the women in Goddess Attraction Mountain were maids. Usually, there were almost no women. Master Zhou Dunli, himself, and Zhou Jie were not married. Lu Yurong was so beautiful. He could resist her, but he was afraid that Zhou Jie's mind would wander and he would no longer have the heart to cultivate. He did not expect Lu Yurong to stay in her courtyard the moment she entered Goddess Attraction Mountain. She seemed to be cultivating in isolation. Even Zhou Jie did not work so hard. Chu Li smiled, closed fist saluted and left, arriving at Lu Yurong's courtyard. Lu Yurong was dressed in white and was practicing her palms in the courtyard. The cold air in the courtyard was dense, as if one had entered an ice house. The 9 maids moved together with her, and the movements of the 10 of them were almost exactly the same. They were graceful and moving, as if they were dancing. As soon as he appeared, Lu Yurong retracted the 9th heaven goddess palm. The cold air seeped into their bodies, and the courtyard became warm. The 9 maids gracefully curtsied before retreating and disappearing, leaving only 2 people behind. "Why did you come back today?" Lu Yurong gave him a sidelong glance. She passed through the moon gate and came to the backyard. She sat down in the gazebo. Chu Li sized her up. Lu Yurong's cheeks blushed. She scoffed. "What are you looking at?" Chu Li exclaimed, "Your cultivation level has improved a lot." He realized that in the short period of time they had not met, Lu Yurong's cultivation level had increased again. Her cultivation level was much faster than his. Lu Yurong smiled. "I couldn't calm down to cultivate in the past, so my cultivation level wasn't fast. Now that I've come to Goddess Attraction Mountain, I've abandoned all worldly matters and can cultivate in peace." Chu Li sighed. "If you had cultivated like this before, you would have been stronger than me." "That's impossible." Lu Yurong shook her head. She always had the illusion that she was not far from Chu Li. However, every time her martial arts improved, she realized that Chu Li was stronger than she imagined. It was not that Chu Li had also improved, but after her cultivation level improved, her senses became sharper. That was why she could feel his true strength. Chu Li said, "I've just killed Tang Yi. If you want to leave the mountain, you can go back any time." "Killed Tang Yi?" Lu Yurong's brows furrowed in worry. She said slowly, "How can I kill him?" Chu Li smiled. "If you want peace, you have to kill him. But if you kill him, what about Tang Haotian?" Lu Yurong shook her head. "He will definitely kill you. It's not worth it to lose your life for Tang Yi." Chu Li smiled. "Tang Haotian has probably ascended to heaven. This time, I managed to injure him by coincidence." "So, you've killed an enlightened master?" Lu Yurong's eyes brightened as she leaned forward. Chu Li smiled. "You'll find out in a few days. A grand master killing an enlightened master." Lu Yurong looked at him strangely and shook her head. "How did you do it?" "The right time, the right place, and the right people." Chu Li sighed. "It was all a coincidence. If anything went wrong, I would have been the one dead. Now that Tang Haoyan has ascended to heaven, he will probably stop for a while. The new emperor will have no time to deal with us." Lu Yurong smiled. "I want to calm down and cultivate for a while. Since Tang Haoyan is dead, I can stop worrying." Chu Li nodded. "That's good too." Lu Yurong asked casually, "Tang Haoyan is dead. You can focus on your cultivation now, right? Yes. Chu Li smiled. But I'm going to cultivate somewhere else. Lu Yurong suppressed her disappointment and said, You killed Tang Yi and made Tang Haoyan ascend to heaven. The Fu dynasty will probably not let you go. You have to cultivate quickly. Chu Li nodded. The two of them fell silent. A gentle breeze blew by, blowing her hair. The gazebo was quiet. A pretty maid came in with tea. The two of them quietly sipped the tea. After finishing the tea, Chu Li stood up and left. He returned to his bedroom and took out the heavenly astral jade badge and the heaven's power compass. He placed them on the bed and looked at the two treasures carefully. He smiled. It would be best if he could cultivate the secret skill of the heavenly astral jade badge. He only wanted to focus on cultivating the dragon taming technique. Unfortunately, the world was chaotic and he could not completely stay out of it. If he could see trouble in advance and eliminate it, it would save him a lot of effort. That was why cultivating the secret skill of the heavenly astral jade badge seemed like a waste of time. He held the heavenly astral jade badge with both hands and injected the energy of the heaven-peering technique into it. Suddenly, the heavenly astral jade badge glowed blue and became brighter. Finally, a ray of blue light shot out from the jade badge into his forehead. Boom! There was a thunderbolt in the void of his mind. A distorted light appeared in the void, but he could not see what it was. He could not help but focus and immediately fell into an illusion. Sometimes he was in a bloody battlefield. Sometimes he was an old man, weak and powerless. In the end, he was humiliated and killed. Sometimes he was a groom in the bridal chamber, but his wife was taken away. His emotions fluctuated violently. His mind was in a mess, and he was about to go crazy. Mahavairocana Buddha suddenly opened his eyes and looked calmly at the light in the void. Suddenly, the light changed and turned into nothingness. A strange golden text appeared. He did not know the text, but he could understand its meaning. A unique understanding flowed in his mind, and the energy in his body flowed along with it. When he slowly opened his eyes, blue light flashed in his eyes. The golden text in the void of his mind had disappeared. He tried to remember, but he could not remember the golden text. There was only a blurry shadow. He tried to sense the energy in his body, but it had stopped flowing. He frowned. It seemed that the secret skill of the heavenly astral jade badge could only be cultivated with the heavenly astral jade badge. Chapter 1523. He looked at the sky thoughtfully. Heavenly Star Insight Technique. Although he couldn't remember how to circulate his mental cultivation method or how his aura flowed, there was a subtle feeling in his body. It was as though heaven and earth were under his control, and his eyes could pierce through the fog of time and space to see everything he wanted to see in the void. He didn't really see through anything, just a strange feeling. However, if he continued to cultivate the Heavenly Star Insight Technique, he would eventually reach this realm where he would be able to see anything he wanted, no longer restricted by time and space. It was similar to the Heavenly Star Insight Technique. Every time the Heavenly Star Insight Technique was used, he had to pay a huge price. Compared to divine abilities like Divine Feet, it was much more powerful, but it was even more difficult to use. It was as though heaven and earth were afraid of it, and it was different from the Heavenly Star Insight Technique. He thought about it and decided to master the Heavenly Star Insight Technique. It would be best if he could cultivate it to perfection. With the foundation of the Heavenly Peering Technique, it would be much easier to cultivate the Heavenly Star Insight Technique. He wouldn't be stuck at the beginner level, but he didn't know how long it would take to reach perfection. Thinking of this, he activated the jade pendant in his hand again. Blue light flashed, and it turned into a beam of blue light that shot into his forehead. Strange golden words appeared in the void of his mind, and his aura started to flow. Unknowingly, a day had passed. When he exited the void of his mind, he felt exhausted. He had never felt this way before. Cultivating the Heavenly Star Insight Technique was too exhausting. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to last 2 hours. In the following 10 days, he focused on cultivating the Heavenly Star Insight Technique. Unfortunately, he didn't make much progress. He racked his brains. Logically speaking, this secret technique should be comprehended in one night. It wasn't something that could be achieved through hard work. Perhaps he hadn't found the way, so he was still wandering in the same place. Late at night, he woke up from his meditation and regained his spirit. Just as he was about to cultivate the heavenly star insight technique again, his hand suddenly touched the heavenly dipper compass. He frowned deep in thought. He suddenly had a strange feeling. The heavenly dipper compass contained an indistinct aura that was similar to when he cultivated the heavenly star void technique. He didn't have this feeling before because the imprint of the heavenly star void technique wasn't deep. As time passed, even though the heavenly star void technique didn't improve much, he became more familiar with it and more sensitive to its aura. He could sense the aura of the heavenly dipper compass. He pondered for a moment. With the heavenly star jade stamp in one hand and the Big Dipper compass in the other, he circulated the heaven-peering art's inner force at the same time. When the heavenly star jade stamp flashed with a blue light and shot into the space between his eyebrows, the Big Dipper compass didn't react. His aura circulated as he activated the heavenly star void insight technique. The heavenly dipper compass faintly glowed with a golden light. As time passed, the Tiangang Luopan's golden light became more and more dazzling. In the end, it was so bright that people couldn't look at it directly. A ray of golden light shot out from the heaven's power compass and entered the space between Chu Li's brows. Boom! A resounding boom rang out as an incomparably massive disc appeared in Zhang Xian's mind. There were all kinds of patterns and characters engraved on its surface, and it looked exactly like the Tiangang compass, just that it had been magnified over 100 times. The gigantic disc slowly began to dissipate, as if it was going to disappear. Chu Li had a thought, and all the lotuses in the void of his mind gathered on the disc, making it clearer and clearer. Finally, it was so clear that it looked like it was real. It glowed with a bronze luster and looked no different from the real thing. As the lotuses landed on it one by one, it began to shrink gradually. From 100 times its original size, it shrank to 10 times its original size, then to half its original size, and then to 1/10 of its original size. Finally, it disappeared and turned into a ball of bright white light. This white light suddenly moved and landed on the omniscient mirror. The omniscient mirror that hung in the void like a bright moon suddenly lit up and then returned to normal. It was slightly brighter than before, but if one didn't look closely, one wouldn't be able to see the difference. The omniscient mirror was still the omniscient mirror, and there weren't many changes. The strange characters that were flashing with golden light in the void suddenly shrunk and turned into a ray of golden light that entered the omniscient mirror. Understanding dawned on him. With a thought, the heavenly star insight technique appeared in front of him, and it was extremely clear. This time, he could finally remember it. When he opened his eyes, his body was still circulating the heavenly star insight technique. Chu Li smiled. The heaven's light compass was really amazing. It was a perfect match with the heavenly star insight technique. Both of them originated from the same source. So, with the heaven's light compass, it was much easier to cultivate the heavenly star insight technique. When he started cultivating again, he didn't feel exhausted at all. Compared to the spiritual force he used before, it was less than 1/100th of it. He was constantly cultivating the heavenly star insight technique, and his advancement was improving by leaps and bounds. He sat on the bed and tried to predict the future. Xiaoqi's face appeared in his mind, and then a scene appeared. Xiaoqi was wielding her treasure sword in a mountain village. The village was in flames, and curses and screams were earth-shattering. Under the illumination of the flames, Xiaoqi was like a Rakshasa. She killed one person with one sword, and she showed no mercy. The omniscient mirror flashed, and Chu Li instantly understood the time and place. Chu Li smiled. So this was how amazing the heaven's light compass was. It could accurately predict the future in one's mind and pinpoint its space-time. Previously, when he used the heaven's peering skill, locating the space-time was the most exhausting. Sometimes he could see a scene, but he couldn't determine the time, so it was useless to predict it. Although he had not perfected it, the power displayed by the heavenly star insight technique was far superior to the heavens peering skill. His cultivation level of the heavens peering skill had been completely transformed into the heavenly star insight technique, and it had gone to a higher level. Chuli smiled. With this technique, he could nip danger in the bud and solve problems before they were born. It was really convenient. It could save him a lot of trouble, and he could focus on cultivating the dragon taming technique. The next moment, he had a thought and instantly appeared in the divine light basilica of the Great Light Peak. His expression changed slightly. He didn't expect it to be done. He thought about it carefully. The combination of the heavenly star insight technique and the heaven's light compass was really amazing. He could ignore formations and directly travel in and out of the place. It could be said that he could really step on the void without any obstacles. Sun Mingwei, dressed in white, was sitting behind a table and reading files. When she looked up and saw him appear, she put down the file. Her bright eyes flashed with doubt as she sized him up. Her bright eyes were bright and clear, and Chuli could feel the coolness in them. He smiled and asked, "What's wrong? You single-handedly dealt with Tang Haotian?" Sun Mingwei stood up and came to his side. A faint fragrance drifted into his nose. Chuli nodded. "I joined forces with the evil nether dragon to kill him. Did you hear the news? Tang Haotian has ascended to heaven. The new emperor is Tang Su." Sun Mingwen nodded slightly. "Now everyone knows that you killed Tang Haotian. Your name has spread all over the world, and you're like the sun in the sky." She pursed her lips and smiled faintly. Chuli frowned and said, "Only he and I know about this. How did it spread? You're saying that he did it on purpose?" Sun Mingwe pondered. "What's his purpose?" Chapter 1524. Chu Li shook his head. He must be up to no good. Well, forget it. With your current cultivation, you don't need to be afraid of the tricks of the ghost realm. Sun Mingwei smiled faintly and said, "From now on, no one will dare to cause trouble for you, not even your friends and family." Chuli scoffed. "That might not be the case. There will always be people who believe it with their own eyes, and they might even be unafraid of death. You should be careful too." Sun Mingwei smiled and said, "Killing Tang Haotian has nothing to do with me." Chuli said, "Tang Haotian knows how powerful we are if we join forces. Do you think he won't tell Tang Su?" "Of course." Sun Mingwei nodded. Chuli pondered and asked, "If Tang Su wanted to take revenge, what do you think he would do? You're talking about breaking them down one by one?" Sun Mingwei was intelligent and immediately understood. She frowned and said, "He will deal with me first and then kill you." Chuli nodded slowly. 8 to 9, no less than 10. Sun Mingwei said, "He's now the new emperor and a heaven god. He can't kill me, but he can't use the same method as Tang Haotian and let his blood relatives provoke me, force me to hurt someone, and then kill me, right?" Chuli said, "This is an old trick of theirs. It's not like they won't use it again. Besides, they often use Chong Xian as well. You'll fall for it every time. For example, if his son kills a few disciples of the Holy Church of Light, what would you do?" Sun Mingyue's jade-like face turned solemn. She nodded slowly and said, "Yes, it is indeed impossible to guard against." When Chuli put it this way, the situation was indeed not optimistic. If the Fu dynasty's Tang family sent a disciple to kill the Holy Church of Light's disciple, the Holy Church of Light's power was no match for the Fu dynasty's imperial court. In fact, the Tang family's disciple did not even have to do it himself. He only needed to send a few masters to protect the Holy Church of Light, and that would be enough to severely injure the Tang family's disciple so that he would not dare to act rashly again. There was no other way to save the Holy Church of Light. Based on her strength, she might be able to eliminate those guards, but she was afraid that there were Tang Su's blood disciples mixed in among the guards. If that was the case, she would be fooled. It was impossible to guard against two simultaneous attacks. There was always a way to kill her, and it was impossible to guard against it. She looked up at Chuli. "Do you have any ideas?" Chuli shook his head. Sun Mingwei frowned and said, "So we can only wait to be killed? It's best to lie low for a while." Chuli said, "You don't have much time left. You should go into isolated cultivation. Let Senior Song come out and take charge of the teaching affairs. After this period of time, things will be easier when you become an enlightened master. I will discuss it with my master. Sun Mingwen nodded slightly. Let's see if we can find a way. Chu Li smiled and nodded. If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Sun Mingwe hurriedly asked, Where do you cultivate? Ten Despair Valley. Chu Li said, I'm cultivating with the evil nether dragon over there. With its help, my cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. If you have time, you can come over and take a look. Sun Mingwen nodded lightly. Do you know that your wife is gradually becoming famous in the martial arts world? Chu Li stared at her. Seeing his expression, Sun Mingwen knew that he didn't know. She said lightly, She has done a few big things which are very satisfying. With your reputation, no one dares to mess around. So far, she hasn't encountered any danger. Chu Li nodded. He thought about the situation he saw in his derivation. It was not in the past, but 10 days later. If that was the case, Shao Qi was indeed sharpening her mortal heart. He smiled. That's good. Sun Mingwe said, One is wandering in the martial arts world while the other is at Goddess Attraction Mountain. Now, you become a role model that everyone envies. Even the disciples of the Holy Church of Light want to be like you. They want to cultivate diligently and marry a lady from the High Duke's public house. In fact, they want to marry 2 ladies at once. Chu Li shook his head and laughed. You know it's fake too. I think it will become real, Sun Mingwe said lightly. Chu Li smiled and fist saluted. Goodbye. He suddenly disappeared after he finished speaking. Sun Mingwe stared at the place where he disappeared for a while before returning to sit behind the table. She picked up a scroll and continued to read it. However, she couldn't get into it for a long time as she thought about what Chu Li said earlier. In the end, she felt that her mind was in a mess. She simply threw the scroll aside and returned to the backyard to see Song Wanqing. Li Xinghe arrived in front of King An's imperial residence. He lifted his head to look at the majestic imperial residence and shook his head. He knew the aura divination technique. When he saw the aura above the imperial residence, he kept shaking his head. It only had the form, but the essence, spirit, and spirit were scattered. There was not even a hint of purple aura in the entire imperial residence. It really didn't look like it could obtain the enlightened master's form. Unfortunately, he had already promised Chu Li, so he could only bite the bullet and do it. Although he was like a grass on the wall that swayed back and forth, as long as he decided to help, he would do his best. It was the same for Tang Yi and Chu Li. Even if he knew it was impossible, he still had to do it. For protectors from King An's imperial residence stepped forward and blocked his way, staring at him. They realized that Li Xinghe's behavior was strange. He kept staring at the sky above the imperial residence and muttered to himself. He really didn't look like a normal person. They felt that he might be a lunatic or someone who was not in his right mind. Such a person should not be angered to avoid trouble. It was better to persuade him to leave with kind words. The less trouble, the better. If he came looking for trouble, they would not hold back. The imperial residence of King An was not what it used to be. The head chief's reputation had spread throughout the fairy's capital. He killed the Fu dynasty's emperor, an enlightened master. Who would dare to defy a head chief who was so brave? Li Xinghe closed fist saluted. I'm Li Xinghe. I'm here to see Princess, and as he spoke, he took out a visitation card and handed it over. The 4 protectors looked at each other and nodded. It seemed that he was not a lunatic. As for Li Xinghe's name, they had never heard of him. The young man before them looked ordinary and did not look like he was skilled in martial arts. One of the protectors strode in, while the other 3 retreated with calm expressions. After a while, the protector returned with big strides. Chief Zhu followed in front of him and closed fist saluted. He laughed and said, Young Master Li, quickly invite him to see the princess. Chief Zhu was in high spirits and his face was glowing. He was full of spirit, as if he had encountered a joyous occasion. Li Xinghe closed fist saluted and followed him to the backyard. Xiao Shi, who was dressed in white, was playing the guzheng in the gazebo with Suru and Lu Su beside her. Chief Zhu stood at the foot of the gazebos, stares respectfully, and listened without moving. Li Xinghe was helpless. He could only stand at the side and listen to Co. Shi's gouging. The sound of the gouging was faint and strangely steep like a mountain. It suddenly climbed and suddenly fell. The changes were so strange that it was impossible to guard against. Listening to it would cause one's heart to tighten and their heartstrings to tighten. Zheng! The sound of the gouging stopped abruptly. Chief Zhu could not help but sigh in relief, and his entire body relaxed. Li Xinghe sighed to himself. This gouging skill was so profound that it could control the emotions of others. You're Li Xinghe? Co. Shi took the teacup from Lu Su and took a sip. Her bright eyes glanced at him. The stargazing pavilion's disciple. That's me. Li Xinghe was furious. The princess of the imperial residence of King and was so arrogant and rude. He was the disciple of one of the Fu dynasty's 8 major sections. Chapter 1525. Assist me. Co. Shi smiled faintly and shook her head. I don't need assistance. What does Chu Li want? Li Xinghe smiled and puffed his chest proudly. To assist Prince Junior in obtaining the throne. Are you confident? Co. Shi asked. Li Xinghe replied slowly. Although I can't say it's in the bag, as long as I put my heart into it, there's always hope. That sounds reasonable, Co. Shi said faintly. I don't have much hope. The throne has been decided. It's His Highness the Crown Prince. As long as His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't do anything outrageous, the Emperor won't change his mind. That might not be the case, Li Xinghe smiled. The Emperor's mind is unpredictable. It's hard for others to guess it. If that's the case, can you guess it? Co. Shi asked. Li Xinghe replied proudly. Most likely. Co. Shi suddenly laughed. Her laughter was as sweet as jade rolling on a jade plate, crisp and charming. Li Xinghe scoffed. Does the princess not believe me? Although you're a disciple of the Stargazing Pavilion, you're just a disciple. You're not the Fu dynasty's emperor. So what if you can guess the emperor's mind? You can't change his mind. Co. Shi shook her head. I really don't know where you get the confidence to fight for the throne. Li Xinghe said, I could have used the Fu dynasty to force the emperor to change the crown prince. Now that Chu Li's reputation is like the sun in the sky, we can use his influence too. After all, he's the head chief of the imperial residence of King and a disciple of Goddess Attraction Mountain and a future enlightened master. Even if he becomes an enlightened master, he'll still be an enlightened master of the Fu dynasty. He'll still have a deep relationship with the imperial residence of King. The emperor will think of all these and think of which emperor is more beneficial to the Ji dynasty. I see. Co. Shi nodded. It's still not enough. The young prince doesn't want to fight for the throne. Let me meet the young prince, Li Xinghe said. Co. Shi nodded at Suru. Suru, dressed in an apricot yellow gown, floated away. After a while, she returned with Su-in, who was dressed in a red monk's robe. Aunt Co. Su-in bowed with pressed palms. This is Chu Li's strategist. Co. Shi said, Stargazing Pavilion's disciple, Li Xinghe. Greetings, almsgiver Li. Su-in pressed his palms together in a gentle and refined manner. Li Xinghe sized Su-in up and looked at Co. Shi in surprise. So the young prince is really a disciple of the Titanium Temple. Your Dharma cultivation base is truly profound. I'm impressed. Xiao Shi waved her hand dismissively. Don't just say nice things. Do you really think someone like him can become an emperor? Do you think he looks like an emperor? Of course. Li Xinghe nodded and said, such an appearance is more suitable to be the emperor. In this way, the subjects can act with ease. Co. Shi let out a knowing smile and scoffed. Don't think of all the officials as idiots. Oh, also, the key to who the throne is going to be passed down is still the emperor's thoughts. Outsiders cannot influence the emperor. That might not be the case. Li Xinghe shook his head and said, the selection of the throne seems arbitrary, but His Majesty has actually considered the opinions of the ministers. It's just that he doesn't show it. Then what should we do? Co. Shi asked. Do you have any ideas? Li Xinghe pondered and said, the young prince doesn't have to participate in the politics of the court. Instead, he has to cultivate his martial arts. When his martial arts is strong, his majesty will naturally want to pass the throne to you. What kind of idea is that? Co sure scoffed. No matter how strong Su En's martial arts is, how can he be compared to the crown prince? Li Xinghe smiled and said, although the crown prince's martial arts is strong from what I see, the young prince has a high chance. Su En let out a smile and said, Aunt Co, that's a good idea. The politics of the court is not my forte. If you become the emperor in the future, are you going to learn it on the spot? Co sure said snappily, an emperor who doesn't understand politics won't do. Su En said, I don't need to know too much. I just need to know the thoughts of the officials. I want to return to the temple to cultivate the eye of insight. It would be best if you can cultivate the eye of insight. Li Xinghe clapped and praised. If you can cultivate the eye of insight, the throne is in the bag. Co sure frowned and looked at Li Xinghe. Li Xinghe smiled and said, Princess may not trust me, but do you not trust Chu Li? All right, I'll do as you say. Co sure scoffed and said, but you don't have to go to the Titanium Temple to cultivate the divine power. You can cultivate here, too. Su En let out a bitter smile and said, Aunt Co, it's decided then. Co sure said, you shall cultivate in seclusion in the residence. Only in the secular world can you cultivate your heart. Su En nodded helplessly. Seeing her determined expression, he could not bear to disobey. Co sure let out a smile and said, that's right. Chu Li isn't in the residence. If you aren't here too, the imperial residence of King and won't be able to gather the people's hearts. Even if you cultivate in seclusion in the residence, everyone will feel different. Yes. Su En pressed his palms together and nodded. Li Xinghe looked at Co sure. Co sure sized him up and said, you do have some skills. I really don't trust you, but I have faith in Chu Li's foresight. Then you can stay. Thank you, princess. Li Xinghe closed fist saluted. He now understood that Co sure in front of him was not easy to fool. She was also a shrewd person. If he wanted to work under her, he would have to serve her carefully. Where's Chu Li? Co sure asked casually. Li Xinghe shook his head and said, I haven't seen him since the time we planned to plot against Tang Yi and Tang Haoyan. I heard that he killed Tang Haoyan. When he thought of this, he felt his heart palpitate. He had witnessed Tang Haoyan's prowess. He was like a ghost or a god. For such a person to fall in the hands of Chu Li, it was clear how powerful Chu Li was. Forget it, you can go. Co sure waved her hand dispiritedly. Suru, arrange his residence. Yes. Suru agreed and waved her hand. Young Master Li, please follow me. She left the backyard leisurely and brought Li Xinghe to an elegant courtyard. After giving him some instructions, she returned to the backyard and saw Co sure staring at the flowers in a daze. She said softly, Second Lady, Chu Li will be back soon. I just don't know if he's injured. Co sure frowned and sighed. How can he not be injured after killing Tang Haoyan? I'm guessing he's hiding somewhere to heal himself. Sura nodded lightly. They thought that Chu Li must have been severely injured. It was probably a lose-lose situation, so it was rare that Chu Li managed to survive. Co sure said, younger sister too. Her face darkened and she shook her head. She was extremely displeased with Co Chi. Co sure had really gone astray to cultivate the regal sword scripture. She had abandoned Chu Li again for the regal sword scripture. She had done it once, and now she was doing it again. What was she up to? Was the regal sword scripture really that important? Suru smiled bitterly and said nothing. She could not guess Co sure's thoughts. She did not know why Co sure gave up her sweet life and insisted on pursuing swordsmanship alone. To a woman, swordsmanship was not that important. Forget it. No one could stop her from doing what she wants. Poor Chu Li. Co sure scoffed. Suru smiled. Even without Co sure, there's still Miss Lu. Co sure gave her a sidelong glance. Suru stuck out her tongue. Co sure scoffed. Don't mention Lu Yurong. Yes. Suru chuckled. Co sure scoffed. I think he's obsessed with Lu Yurong and doesn't know to come back. Chapter 1526. At that moment, footsteps were heard from outside. Chief Zhu rushed to the backyard and closed fists saluted. Princess, the imperial house has sent an edict. The empress invites you to the palace. Understood, Co. Sure replied. Suru was surprised. Why did the empress suddenly invite you to the palace? Ever since the incident with Lu Yurong, the empress did not invite Co. Sure to the palace for a while. In the past, the empress would invite Co. Sure to the palace to meet and chat. Although the two of them were very different in age, they were able to chat, and it felt like they were good friends. Ever since the emperor agreed to marry Lu Yurong to Tang Yi, the empress did not summon Co. Sure again. We'll know when we see, Co. Sure said. Suru said, Second lady, I'll go with you. Co. Sure nodded. The two of them were escorted by the imperial house protectors to the imperial house. The protectors waited outside, and only Co. Sure and Suru entered. They went straight to the Palace of Peace at the back where the empress was. Under the guidance of the palace chief, they came to the backyard of the Palace of Peace. It was already night, and the lights were bright. The backyard was filled with fireworks, and it was as beautiful as a heavenly palace. The two of them came to a pagoda. There was only a beautiful woman sitting in the pagoda. She was in her 30s, but she did not look old at all. Only her eyebrows were shrouded with maturity and knowledge. When she heard the two of them, she looked up and smiled, waving her hand. Greetings, Her Majesty, Co. Sure and Suru bowed. The empress waved her hand. We're not strangers. Sit down and talk. Yes, Co. Sure gently sat opposite her. The two of them were actually mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Does Her Majesty have any worries? Co. Sure asked. You look worried. Sigh. The empress sighed softly. It's the emperor who's frustrated. He's restless day and night. Why? Co. Sure asked. The empress sighed. It's all because of Lu Yurong. Is it because of Chu Li? Co. Sure scoffed, and her face darkened. Although the emperor's action is very satisfying, it's not appropriate. It's not like Chu Li's reputation. She had a strong foundation. As the daughter of the first wife of the House of High Duke, she had such confidence. No matter how harsh her words were, she would not be punished for it, and it would not affect her family. The queen said he couldn't care less at that time. If he didn't agree, not only would Chu Li lose face, he would also lose face. You don't know how powerful Tang Haotian is. No matter how strong he was still killed by Chu Li. Co. Sure said proudly. The empress smiled bitterly and said, Chu Li is indeed not an ordinary person, but Chu Li can kill Tang Haotian, but the emperor can't. If he didn't agree back then, Tang Haotian would definitely humiliate the emperor and make him unable to raise his head in front of the world. Then, the Ji dynasty would be finished. What about now? Xiao Sure scoffed. Tang Haotian is dead. The emperor should be able to breathe a sigh of relief. What's there to be frustrated about? Is he afraid that Chu Li will settle the score with him? I do have this worry. The empress nodded. Xiao Sure said, Don't worry. The emperor could be heartless, but Chu Li won't. Is that so? The empress smiled. Xiao Sure said, Your Majesty, no matter how angry Chu Li is with the emperor, he won't take revenge in the open. He will only do some bad things in the dark. It won't be a problem. Just let the emperor rest assured. What bad things will he do? The empress smiled and said, Is he going to teach the crown prince a lesson? Xiao Sure smiled and said, The emperor is worried about the crown prince's safety. How can he not be worried? The empress said, With Chu Li's current ability, even the emperor can't do anything if he really wants to kill the crown prince. He won't. Co. Sure shook her head. The empress nodded lightly and said, Don't kill your own brother. Chu Li isn't an outsider. You should persuade him. He hasn't come back yet. Xiao Sure frowned. I don't know what's going on. The empress frowned and said, Did something happen to him? Xiao Sure said, He's not dead, but I don't know how serious his injuries are. Sigh. It's hard not to get hurt when fighting an enlightened master. The empress sighed and said, If Chu Li comes back, invite him to the imperial house. The emperor wants to meet him and have a good talk with him. I will tell him. I can't do anything if he doesn't come. Xiao Sure said. The empress smiled and said, Let's not talk about these troublesome things. Let's talk about you. I haven't seen you for a while. I wonder if your chess skills have improved. Your Majesty, you'll know once you learn from me. Xiaoshu smiled and said. The two of them set up the chessboard and began to play. Chuli sat cross-legged in the evil nether dragon's cave and frowned as he pondered. He realized something was wrong. The dragon taming technique seemed to be stagnant. The surging spiritual energy was converted into the inner energy of the dragon taming technique and was continuously injected into the evil nether dragon. However, the strengthened evil nether dragon was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much inner energy of the dragon taming technique was injected, there was no movement. He could not feel the strengthening of the dragon taming technique on the evil nether dragon. It was as if the dragon taming technique had lost its effectiveness. Even if he desperately injected the inner energy of the dragon taming technique into the evil nether dragon's body, it was useless. He trained hard for 3 days without rest, but there was no improvement at all. The evil nether dragon slept lazily for 3 days and 3 nights without any signs of waking up. The dragon taming technique seemed to make it sleepier. Even Chuli wanted to sleep when he saw it. Chuli felt that it was almost impossible to advance to the 5th level if he continued to cultivate like this. The 4th level seemed to be the limit. He thought about the dragon taming technique again and again in his mind, but he could not find a solution no matter what. After thinking for a day, he gave up on this futile effort and turned to the Heavenly Star Insight technique for help. He used the Heavenly Star Insight technique to predict when he would be able to cultivate the dragon taming technique. Suddenly, a scene appeared in front of him. He had changed his appearance and became a middle-aged man. He was riding on a golden dragon and soaring into the sky. He was charging toward the figure in the sky that was surrounded by light. Bang! The scene in front of him suddenly shattered. He instantly had a splitting headache. He held his forehead and endured it. He did not make a sound. It was as if a long sword was piercing through his head and twisting it forcefully. The pain was unbearable. He allowed a long sigh and slowly calmed his headache. However, his eyebrows were tightly knitted together. If that was the case, he would be middle-aged if he wanted to cultivate the dragon taming technique. The omniscient mirror in the void flashed. After a moment, he knew that it would be 30 years later. Chuli revealed a bitter smile. 30 years. No wonder his cultivation of the dragon taming technique seemed to have stagnated. It required 30 years of hard cultivation. For a normal person, 30 years to cultivate the dragon taming technique was not easy, but it was too long for him. His thoughts turned quickly as he tried to find a solution. Finally, his gaze fell on the evil nether dragon. If the evil nether dragon was strong enough, wouldn't it be easier and faster to cultivate the dragon taming technique? He had to ask Master Zhou Dunli about this. Unfortunately, he had not seen Zhou Dunli. He did not know what he was busy with, so he began to recite the prayer on the bronze bell in his mind. Chapter 1527. A golden light blossomed in the sky, faintly discernible amidst the clouds and mist, following which a coiling golden dragon broke out from the clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 100 meters above the ground. Zhou Dunli's yellow robe fluttered as he descended and landed in front of him. Chuli gave a fist salute and smiled. Master, Zhou Dunli sized him up and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be able to kill Tang Haotian. Chuli nodded. It's all because of the power of the dragon taming technique. You've reached the 4th level. That's rare. Zhou Dunli's gaze swept across his body. It was as if a bolt of lightning was running through his body. He jumped in fright, his heart trembling with fear. It seemed like there was indeed a difference in strength between celestial deity experts. From that glance, he knew that he was no match for his master. Moreover, he had the support of the golden dragon, which made him even more terrifying. No wonder Tang Haotian was so afraid of him. Chuli asked, Master, has Tang Haotian really arrived at the Grandmaster's boundary? Yes. Zhou Dunli nodded lightly. Let's not talk about him for now. Let's talk about you. What are you worried about? Chuli sighed. The dragon taming technique has stagnated. There's almost no progress. If you use the evil nether dragon to cultivate, you will definitely encounter such a situation. I told you about it before, right? Zhou dumbly smiled. It's hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. If you hadn't used the evil nether dragon, you wouldn't have been able to deal with Tang Haotian, right? Yes. Chu Li nodded. Zhou dumbly said, since there are gains, there will naturally be losses. There is nothing to complain about. Chu Li said, I'd like to know if there's a way to resolve it. Can I use other methods to assist my cultivation? Zhou dumbly thought for a while and said thoughtfully, there's an unorthodox method, but it's more difficult. It's better to cultivate diligently. Your senior brother won't be able to catch up to you, and in a few years, you'll become an enlightened master. Chu Li pondered for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Zhou dumbly saw that his expression had turned serious and solemn, so he also looked at him seriously. Chu Li said, Master, I want to cultivate myself to become a god. Huh? Zhou dumbly was surprised. He then shook his head and said, I've asked around for you. If you cultivate the art of dragon control to perfection, and then cultivate the other 3 mental cultivation techniques to perfection, you can become a heavenly deity. Chu Li smiled. Zhou dumbly said, however, this is too harsh. It is actually just a pretense, impossible to accomplish. Why is it impossible? Chu Li asked. Zhou dumbly said, mastering any one of these 4 mental cultivation methods would require one's entire life's effort, not to mention mastering all 4. This method to become a god is just an illusory hope. It's a way for everyone to survive, lest they go mad from despair. I want to give it a try. Chu Li smiled. This way, we won't be occupying Senior Brother Dong's enlightened master position. If Goddess Attraction Mountain can produce 2 enlightened masters, which sect would dare to provoke us? Zhou dumbly looked at him in surprise and said with a smile, you are really heroic. Chu Li said, where there is a will, there is a way. All right. Zhou dumbly suddenly felt a sense of heroism and said with a smile, I might as well go crazy with you and help you this once. If you want to improve the art of dragon control, there is another way, and that is to improve the bloodline of the evil nether dragon. Chu Li gave a fist salute. Do you have any ideas? There's a type of pure blood pill that can purify the bloodline. Zhou dumbly said, unfortunately, spirit medicine is hard to find. You can look for it. Goddess Attraction Mountain may seem powerful, but we have a big shortcoming, which is that we have a small population. At this time, we are stretched thin. Chu Li said, Master, just tell me the formula. I will look for the spirit medicine. It's very difficult. Zhou dumbly sighed. Many spirit medicines are lost and can only be found in the 100,000 hills. With your current cultivation level, you can't enter the 100,000 hills. There is only death. Chu Li nodded. He did not want to reveal the secret of the 100,000 hills. It would be too shocking, and it would be a crime to have treasure. Zhou dumbly said, try to look for it. You have a lot of connections. You might find it. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Zhou dumbly took out a jade pendant and handed it to Chu Li. There's the formula for the pure blood pill and some other spirit beast pills in here. They're useful in the outland, but useless in this world. Chu Li took the jade pendant with both hands and bowed solemnly. Zhou dumbly waved his hand and smiled. You don't have to be so polite with me. Cultivate well. I want to see if you can become an enlightened master. Yes. Chu Li nodded. Zhou dumbly let out a long roar. Suddenly, the golden dragon appeared in the clouds again. It quickly traveled to a low altitude. Zhou dumbly floated up and landed on the back of the golden dragon. Under Chu Li's envious gaze, the dragon rode on the clouds and disappeared into the horizon. Chu Li disappeared again in a flash and appeared in Ten Despair Valley. He sat on the grass beside the pool and observed the jade pendant. Then, he placed the jade pendant on his forehead. Immediately, pictures surged into his mind. Spirit herbs appeared in his mind as if they were real. Accompanied by words, there were also the refining methods of various pills. Chu Li felt like he had obtained a treasure. Other than the pure blood pill, there were more than 10 spirit pills. They were all used for spirit beasts to strengthen them. They were extremely precious to spirit beasts. Looking at these spirit pills, Chu Li suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the Outland also had spirit beasts? Could it be that these spirit beasts could also ascend to the Outland like enlightened masters? This thought flashed past his mind. He then focused on the spirit herbs again. There were a total of 12 spirit herbs for the pure blood pill. He had never seen any of them. He had read about some in the treasured pill scripture, but he had never seen them in person. The next moment, he appeared in Divine Light Basilica in a flash. Sun Minghua looked at him with calm eyes. Chu Li said, "Can you help me look for some spirit herbs?" Sun Minghua put down the scroll. "What spirit herbs?" Chu Li went to the table and picked up the brush. He began to draw the spirit herbs on the paper. In one breath, he had drawn all 12 spirit herbs. He decided to let Sun Minghua help him look for them. If she could not find them, he would go to 100,000 Hills. The Holy Church of Light had a large number of disciples all over the Li dynasty. Not only the Li dynasty, but also the 4 countries outside of the Fu dynasty. It would not be too dangerous to look for these spirit herbs. It was too risky to let the spirit cranes look for these spirit herbs. 100,000 Hills was too dangerous. Although the spirit cranes were strong, they were not the top spirit beasts. It would be dangerous to enter the territory of other spirit beasts. He would feel guilty if he took the risk. Sun Minghua's body exuded a faint fragrance, which made him feel familiar. He put the brush back and blew on the 12 paper. "Find them as soon as possible. I need them urgently." It was fine even if others knew about these spirit herbs. The refinement of the pure blood pill was very troublesome. He guessed that even if others knew about the refinement method, it would be difficult to cultivate it. Sun Minghua nodded in agreement. Chu Li looked at her bright eyes and smiled. "Altar Leader Zhang will be in danger in 10 days. "Altar Leader Zhang Zhen?" Sun Minghua frowned. Chu Li nodded. He picked up the brush again and wrote a few more words on the paper. He passed it to Sun Minghua. "Don't let anyone see it. Just prepare in secret." Sun Minghua looked down at the words. The time was written on it. There was also a map that marked the location in great detail. She could not help but look at him in confusion. Chu Li smiled. "We'll know if it's accurate or not." Sun Minghua nodded slowly. She knew that this was the reward for finding the spirit herbs. It should not be fake. Chapter 1528. Chu Li said this and was about to leave. Sun Minghua asked, "Have you been cultivating there?" Chu Li nodded and smiled. "That's the safest place. Tang Su might not give up and look for me. It's too dangerous elsewhere. I think he'll definitely look for you." Sun Minghua nodded. "Do you want me to accompany you?" Chu Li hesitated and slowly shook his head. "I dare not trouble you, Saint. I have the help of the evil Nether Dragon. Even if he comes, I can escape unscathed. Saint, it's better if you don't leave Great Light Peak. Don't forget to call me if necessary. Worry about yourself." Sun Minghua scoffed. She knew that Chu Li refused to do so to avoid arousing suspicion. Seriously, even though they were already like this, he still wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. She was slightly worried. As the Fu dynasty's emperor, Tang Su had many extraordinary people around him. With Tang Haoyan's help, he might be able to find a way to restrain the evil Nether Dragon. The evil Nether Dragon had its weakness. After all, it was not a real dragon. As long as they found its weakness, it would be much easier to deal with Chu Li. They might even be able to kill him. Chu Li smiled. "I'll come in 10 days. Sun Minghua waved her hand. Chu Li suddenly disappeared and returned to Tin Despair Valley to continue cultivating the dragon taming technique. The dragon taming technique was continuously injected into the evil Nether Dragon's body. Although there was almost no improvement, it did not stop. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. If it did not work, he could only cultivate hard and complete it. It was better to be late than to give up. He was already prepared. The path to becoming a god was destined to not be smooth and easy. Sometimes he also thought to himself whether or not he should abandon the easy and seek the difficult. Heavenly deity was clearly within reach. There was no need for him to work so hard, yet he just had to forcefully walk that dangerous path. Why was there a need to bring suffering upon himself? In the end, he made up his mind. There were too many restrictions and heavenly rules in the Outland. If he could not do this or that, what was the point of becoming an enlightened master? Enlightened masters were too powerful and had to be restricted. The Outland was for the survival of ordinary people, but to him, it was intolerable. He wanted more freedom. The dragon control arc continued to circulate. He cultivated for 3 days and 3 nights in one go before resting. Then, he cultivated for another 3 days and 3 nights. After the 3rd time, 10 days had passed, and he found that the evil dark dragon had not changed at all. It was as if the inner energy of the dragon taming technique had never appeared before. This kind of advancement was indeed hopeless. He shook his head helplessly and placed all his hopes on the Holy Church of Light. In the evening, he suddenly appeared in the Divine Light Basilica. Sun Mingwe was reading the files, just like before. When Chu Li saw her figure, he sighed to himself. Even an emotionless person would not be able to do what she did. Day after day, rain or shine, every time he saw her, she would be reading the dossiers. Have you gathered all the spirit medicine? Chu Li Fis saluted and asked directly. Sun Mingwe looked up at him and sighed. She shook her head and said, I only found 5. 5. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Looks like it's going to be hard to find. Sun Mingwe shook her head and said, I only came across them by chance. These spirit herbs are extremely rare, and there are usually only 1 or 2 of them. It's very difficult for them to survive. I think they're already extinct. Chu Li said, 5 it is then. Sun Mingwe pushed a wooden box on the table. Chu Li stepped forward and opened the wooden box. Inside were 5 jade boxes stacked on top of each other. The luster of the warm, white jade was flowing. They were all precious jades of astonishing value. He took them out one by one and opened them. Some had 1 spirit herb in each box. Some had 2, but only 2 at most. Chu Li sighed and put it away. It was hard enough to find these, but it was better than nothing. However, with these, he would not be able to refine the pure blood pill. He would have to go to 100,000 hills to try it out. If I can't find all of them, what can I do? Sun Mingwe asked. Chu Li shook his head. I'll just make do with it. Thank you. You're welcome. Sun Mingwe smiled, her eyes sparkling like pearls. If it wasn't for your help, Alter Leader Zhang's life would have been in danger. I didn't expect the Great One Palace to make things difficult for him. Chu Li smiled. What grudge does the Holy Church have with the Great One Palace? I don't think so. Sun Mingwe shook her head and said, That's why it's very strange. Could it really be the Fu Dynasty's emperor's instruction? Everyone knows that the 8 great sects are at odds with the Fu Dynasty's imperial court. Chu Li said, As long as the benefits are enough, the Great One Palace doesn't care about the Holy Church of Light. That's true. Sun Mingwe nodded. She understood what Chu Li meant. As long as Tang Su offered enough benefits, the Great One Palace would definitely make a move. In the eyes of the Great One Palace, the Holy Church of Light would be vulnerable. Chu Li said, Be careful of the Great One Palace, but you can't go to the Fu Dynasty. You must remember this. Okay. Sun Mingwe nodded. I'll remember it. Chu Li smiled and put the jade box back into the wooden box. Then, he picked it up and disappeared with a wave of his hand. Chu Li immediately appeared on Spirit Crane's peak. 2 white silhouettes shot toward him and fought with him. He let go of the wooden box and fought with 1 crane with 1 hand. The 2 cranes and 1 man were having a great time fighting, but Chu Li was still at a disadvantage. He was secretly shocked at the speed at which the 2 cranes were growing. They were faster than him and could always suppress him. At this rate, even if he became an enlightened master, he might not be able to suppress the 2 cranes. After fooling around with them for a while, Chu Li activated the omniscient mirror and poured the spirit herbs he was looking for into their minds. The 2 cranes tilted their heads and did not move. They seemed to be deep in thought and memory. Chu Li looked around and noticed that there was a more murderous aura. There were some flying snake corpses on the ground. It seemed like there had been a great battle between the snakes and cranes. A group of snakes had attacked Spirit Crane's peak. It was indeed a dangerous place. After a while, the 2 cranes looked up at him. Chu Li's omniscient mirror read their thoughts. They had only seen 2 spirit herbs, and they were the same as the 5 that Sun Mingwe was looking for. They had no clue about the other 7. Chu Li sighed helplessly and nodded. The 2 cranes chirped and flew into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chu Li understood their thoughts. They were going to search carefully for the spirit herbs. They might have missed them because they were not paying attention. Chu Li stayed at Spirit Crane's peak for the whole night. The spirit energy here was rich, but it was not as rich as Goddess Attraction Mountain. The spirit energy in this world was extremely rich, especially at night. It seemed like the moonlight had an effect. The spirit energy was as rich as water. Spirit beasts and spirit herbs had such spirit energy. Of course, it was different from the outside world. The next morning, the 2 cranes landed in front of him with a cold aura. They each held 2 spirit herbs in their beaks. These 2 spirit herbs were only one type, but it was the 6th type that he had found. There were still 6 spirit herbs left. It seemed like the 2 cranes could not find the other 6. Could it be that there was no way to refine the pure blood pill? Chapter 1529. He thanked the 2 spirit cranes and suddenly had an idea. He slowly injected the inner energy of the dragon taming technique into their bodies. The 2 cranes' feathers suddenly stood up and glowed like white jade. They squatted down as if they were about to spread their wings and fly into the sky. Their eyes were shining as they looked at him. They were extremely sensitive to the invasion of inner energy. Chu Li gave them a comforting look. The 2 cranes trusted him and did not attack him. If it were someone else or another spirit beast, they would have already attacked. After a while, their white jade feathers slowly fell down and they looked at him with puzzled eyes. They felt the warm aura coming from their bodies. It was warm and comfortable, and they felt that it was beneficial to their bodies. Chu Li used the dragon taming technique to feel their body condition. Under the dragon taming technique, their bodies were becoming stronger. It was the same as when he gave it to the evil dark dragon, but it was not as strong as the evil dark dragon. The evil dark dragon had always been in the Ten Despair Valley and was trapped by the Ten Despair Vitality Lock formation, so it could not absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, after receiving the dragon taming technique, it was like rain after a long drought. Chu Li used 2 hours. They had already closed their eyes and seemed to be meditating. Chu Li could not help but smile. His dragon taming technique was really good. Not only could it strengthen the evil dark dragon, but it could also strengthen the spirit cranes. In the future, when he had time, he would often come and help the spirit cranes. The stronger they were, the more help they would be to him. The next moment, he returned to the Ten Despair Valley. It was already noon. The bright sunlight shone on the valley. The pool was like a clear mirror. Although it was not as bright as the omniscient mirror in his mind, it was moist and made him want to immerse himself in it. Chu Li looked back and stared at the 6 spirit herbs in a daze. He was thinking hard about how to solve it. Was the pure blood pill really not fated with him? He pondered for a long time and finally decided on the heavenly star void technique. He visualized one of the spirit herbs in his mind and then used the cosmic insight technique. The omniscient mirror in the void of his mind flashed. After a while, he shook his head. His vision was blurry and he did not see anything useful. It seemed that he could not calculate the location of the spirit herbs. He paced back and forth on the grass beside the pool with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he began to deduce in his mind how he could cultivate the heavenly star void technique to perfection. Using the heavenly star void art to deduce how to cultivate the heavenly star void art was rather whimsical. He had only thought of it after a flash of inspiration. He felt that the heavenly star void art definitely had a special cultivation method that he had yet to find. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to cultivate it to perfection. The omniscient mirror suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance, as if the sun had fallen into the void of his mind. His head hurt so much that it felt like it was going to split apart. His vision was filled with white light, and even when he closed his eyes, the dazzling white light was still there. It was as if he was going to be roasted and blinded. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even pass out to avoid the pain. He wanted to execute Mavarokuna's immobility scripture, but unfortunately, the void of his mind had already been occupied, and he had lost control of his mind. He couldn't use any secret arts, and he couldn't even think. He couldn't find a way to save his life, and could only wait for death to pass by on his own. Suddenly, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard above his head. Chu Li subconsciously looked up and saw Sun Mingyue's snow-white clothes fluttering down like a fairy. She landed silently in front of him, bringing with her a faint fragrance. She frowned as she looked at Chu Li. Blood was gushing out from the corners of his eyes, mouth, and nose. It was a frightening sight. Thus, she went forward to check on him, only to feel that his entire body was in a mess. The inner force of the supreme titanium scripture flowed into his body, and his supreme titanium scripture flowed along with it, reducing his pain. "How is it?" Sun Mingwei asked softly. Chu Li did not say a word. He gritted his teeth as the pain was unbearable. Sun Mingwei stopped talking and continued to circulate her energy. As the warm force flowed, he felt the pain slowly weaken, and he could think. As the force of the supreme titanium scripture flowed, time passed bit by bit, and the pain gradually weakened. It was only when the sun had set that the pain truly dissipated, and he returned to normal. He carefully looked at his mind. The omniscient mirror was the same as usual, only slightly brighter and not broken. This made him heave a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the omniscient mirror would be destroyed. The derivation earlier was really playing with fire, and he suffered from the backlash of the Heavenly Star Insight. He did not expect the backlash of the Heavenly Star Insight to be so terrifying. The rest of the Buddhas, the devil, and the King Kong were safe and sound, chanting softly in his mind. Lotus flowers kept falling on their bodies, concentrating on their bodies. They were advancing at every moment, and although it was slow, it did not stop. In the end, he carefully looked at the results of his derivation. He still did not give up. Perhaps his flash of inspiration would really work, and he could really derive the cultivation method of the Heavenly Star Insight. Suddenly, a glimmer of understanding appeared in his mind, and he smiled. He did not suffer for nothing. As expected, he derived the cultivation method of the Heavenly Star Insight, but it was originally to reverse the chant and cultivate it in reverse. "What happened?" Sun Mingwei asked. "I almost lost my life." Chu Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. The person who created the Heavenly Star Insight was really a prankster. Who in the world would have the guts to cultivate it in reverse? It was tantamount to courting death. Even the most whimsical person would not dare to try it. "Is Tang Su here?" Sun Mingwei asked. Chu Li shook his head. "There was a problem with my cultivation." Sun Mingwei let out a long sigh of relief. His body had already recovered, and he was no longer in danger. Chu Li smiled. "Thank you very much," Sun Mingwei said impatiently. "It's not good to cultivate in a hurry. You're too greedy." Chu Li nodded. He tried to display the chant of the Heavenly Star Insight on the omniscient mirror, and then reversed it. Only then did he realize that the chant worked when the words were read in reverse. It was not that the wording was wrong, but it was simple and easy to understand. He cultivated according to the chant, and his breath flowed faster and faster. It was unbelievably smooth, and he felt that he had improved by leaps and bounds. He cultivated all the way until dawn, and the breath around his body suddenly shrank and converged, turning into a shining golden pearl that condensed in his mind, and then entered the omniscient mirror. The mirror suddenly brightened, and it was 2 times brighter than before. The light it emitted was pure and flawless, like a real moon. Chu Li realized that he had completely mastered the Heavenly Star Insight, and that he had perfected it. As for the rest, it would depend on the strength of one's mental strength and the sturdiness of one's soul. He smiled, and suddenly, a spirit herb appeared in his mind. It was called the Crimson Herb, and it was one of the 6 that he had not found. The omniscient mirror shone, and a moment later, a scene appeared in front of Chu Li's eyes. It was the crimson herb that grew under a boulder, and it was blocked by the boulder. If one did not squat in front of the boulder, one would not be able to see it. Chu Li looked at the crimson herb, and after a moment of flashing in the omniscient mirror, he knew the location of the crimson herb. Chapter 15:30. Chu Li tested the remaining 5 spirit herbs one by one and found them one by one. What surprised him was that these spirit herbs did not only exist in the 100,000 hills, but also outside the 100,000 hills. None of them had gone extinct. Although they were in a sparsely populated area, they were still stubbornly surviving. Sun Mingyue asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chu Li turned to look at her and smiled. "Do me another favor. Tell me." Sun Mingyue pointed at her face. "You better wash your face." Chu Li could not help but laugh. He could see his current appearance clearly through the omniscient mirror. His appearance of bleeding from all 5 orifices was indeed frightening. No wonder Sun Mingyue rushed over and looked at him strangely, as if he was really dead. However, the previous situation was no different from death. He had almost died, and the backlash from the heavenly star insight still lingered in his mind. He went to the pool to wash his face, and Sun Mingyue handed him a silk handkerchief. Chu Li took it and wiped his face before returning it to her. He smiled. "I found the location of the other 5 spirit herbs. Saint, please send someone to get them for me." He could see the locations in his mind, but did not dare to teleport there directly. He could not simply go to places he had not been to personally with God's limbs. This was the limitation of God's limbs, and he dared not violate it. "No problem," Sun Mingyue said. "Did you really find their locations?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. "I'll know once I try." "Looks like your deduction skill is getting better," Sun Mingyue said. "Is the heaven-peaking skill so powerful?" Chu Li replied, "I don't have the heaven-peaking skill. I had a fortuitous encounter." Sun Mingyue stared at him and scoffed. She knew that the danger earlier was related to the power of deduction. Chu Li's luck was really amazing. It was probably because of his luck that he was able to obtain the supreme titanium scripture. Sun Mingyue had taken advantage of him. However, this skill was too amazing. If he could calculate the location of spirit herbs while sitting at home, he would be able to find all kinds of rare herbs in the world. If he refined them into spirit pills, his cultivation would naturally improve by leaps and bounds. The thought of it was frightening. However, in the end, the miraculous effects of spirit pills were minimal. Especially at his level, the spiritual energy of this world was not very useful to him. Even spirit pills would not be of much use to him. It was a pity. Although the elixir didn't have much use for him, it was different for others. She stared at Chu Li with her bright eyes. "I know that your alchemy skills are top-notch and that you've obtained the treasured pill scripture. Am I right?" Chu Li smiled and nodded. Naturally, his performance as Zhao De could not be hidden from Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue said, "Then let's refine some spirit pills." Chu Li shook his head. "I don't have the time." "What's wrong with you?" Sun Mingyue snorted. Chu Li said, "I want to catch up to you as much as I can. Otherwise, if you become an enlightened master and I don't, won't it be awkward? What's there to be embarrassed about?" Sun Mingyue smiled. Chu Li shook his head. "Now, the Holy Church's talents have withered, and we have no successors." Sun Mingyue frowned and said, "No matter how powerful I am, I can't make up for it. Speaking of which, it's all because of you. Aren't you going to help?" "All right, I'll get a batch of spirit pills in the future, but the power of spirit pills can't be relied on." Chu Li said, "We can only build a foundation. At the end of the day, we still have to rely on our own efforts and luck. Don't count on it, especially not letting others know about it. Otherwise, we won't be able to live in peace." "Of course I understand." Sun Mingyue's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, they had to guard against this. Once the news was leaked, the Fu dynasty would definitely seize it by force. No matter how powerful they were, they could not stop the greed of others. 5 days later, Sun Mingyue appeared at Ten Despair Valley again and brought 4 spirit herbs to Chu Li. Chu Li was sitting on the grass by the pool, looking at the 4 jade boxes. He looked up at her in surprise. Sun Mingyue shook her head and sighed. "I didn't get the last spirit herb. It was snatched away by someone." "Oh." Chu Li frowned. Sun Mingyue said, "A disciple of the Great One Palace." Chu Li said, "Such a coincidence." He did not suspect that Sun Mingyue was trying to drag him down to deal with the Great One Palace, because there was no need for that. As long as she mentioned it, he would naturally help. There was no need to resort to such means, so it was really a coincidence. Sun Mingyue said, "It should be a coincidence. What about the spirit herb?" Chu Li asked, "Is it with the Great One Palace?" "It should be with the Great One Palace," Sun Mingyue said. "They should recognize this spirit herb, right?" Chu Li pondered and slowly nodded. They should recognize it. The Great One Palace was an expert in refining talismans and alchemy. No one in the world could compare to them, especially when it came to formation-breaking talismans. However, there are not many jade talismans and spirit pills in the outside world, and each of them was exceptionally precious. Since they had snatched the spirit herb, they would naturally recognize it. Chu Li thought about it and knew that it was the cloudy heaven grass, which was very valuable. Sun Mingyue said, "Since they recognize it, you don't have to worry. I'm just worried that they don't know what it is and will destroy the spirit herb. You can't do anything about that. Now, all you have to do is snatch it back. That shouldn't be difficult, right?" Chu Li laughed. "It won't be easy. Actually, if you send them an invitation and ask for the spirit herb, won't they obediently hand it over?" Sun Mingyue pursed her lips and chuckled. Chu Li's eyes lit up. "I can give it a try. Then I'll send someone to deliver the invitation." Sun Mingyue smiled. Chu Li nodded. He thought for a while and disappeared in a flash, appearing on his own island in the High Duke's public house. Xueling was watering the soaring grass in the courtyard. When she saw him, she quickly greeted him. "Young master," Chu Li said, "give me an invitation for my visit." Xueling turned around and glided away. Soon, she came back with an antique, elegant, and unique invitation. "Prepare the alchemy furnace. I'll refine pills in 2 days." Chu Li took the invitation and instructed before disappearing. "Yes." Xueling agreed and continued watering the soaring grass. She did not think anything was amiss. When Sun Mingyue saw him appear with the invitation in her hand, she knew that he returned to the High Duke's public house to retrieve it. She took it and smiled. "Just wait for the good news. I'll have someone send it over as soon as possible." Chu Li smiled. "I hope they know what's good for them. That depends on your reputation." Sun Mingyue smiled. Chu Li smiled and nodded. He was also curious about the outcome. The Great One Palace was located on the mountainside of Flying Dragon Mountain. It was shrouded by clouds and a large formation. Even if an outsider reached the foot of the mountain, they would not be able to see the actual situation here. They would only be able to find their way here if they knew the ins and outs of the Great One Palace. In the evening, the setting sun shrouded Flying Dragon Mountain, turning it into a rose-colored peak. 2 middle-aged men appeared at the foot of the mountain. They were dressed in green robes and were in high spirits with sparkling eyes. The two looked similar, but one was slightly taller while the other was slightly shorter. The two stopped at the foot of the mountain and looked up at Flying Dragon Mountain. They shouted, "Zhu Cheng and Zhu De from the Holy Church of Light are here to deliver a letter." 2 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. They were 2 young men in purple robes. They fist saluted at the two. The slightly shorter middle-aged man, Zhu De, took out a visit card and handed it over. "We're here to deliver a letter on behalf of Goddess Attraction Mountains, Chu Li. This is the visit card." The 2 young men in purple robes looked at each other and looked at Zhu Cheng and Zhu De. Chapter 1531. "All right, we'll pass it on." One of the young men in purple nodded and disappeared into the white mist. The other young man in purple stood where he was and looked at Zhu Cheng and Zhu De calmly. Zhu Cheng and Zhu De looked at him too. The 3 of them stared at each other as if they were competing, but they only exchanged glances and did not make a move. The young man in purple fluttered up the mountain and went around the basilica at the front. He arrived at a delicate and elegant courtyard and knocked on the door. "Masters Junior Li, come in." Li Zidong's voice came from the courtyard. The young man in purple pushed the door open and saw Li Zidong drinking tea in the gazebo. He looked relaxed and was holding a spirit herb in his hand. He was examining it carefully with an intoxicated look on his face. The young man in purple carefully walked to the gazebo with light footsteps so as not to disturb him. After a while, Li Zidong regained his senses and turned to look at him. He carefully placed the murky, heavenly grass back into the jade box and coughed. He asked gently, "Young Zhou, what's the matter?" Young Zhou walked up the stairs to the gazebo and closed fist saluted. He handed over the visiting card and a letter. Masters Jr., a disciple from the Holy Church of Light, came to deliver a letter. Holy Church of Light? Li Zidong scoffed and waved his hand. To send him away. This is Chu Li's letter from Goddess Attraction Mountain, Young Zhou said. Li Zidong's hand stopped in the air and snatched the visiting card and letter. He said angrily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Young Zhou did not expect Li Zidong to take it so seriously. He opened his mouth, but did not dare to retort. Li Zidong had a big head and a short body. He looked a little strange. His face was solemn, and his eyes were bright. Young Zhou was so scared that he did not dare to breathe. After a while, Young Zhou could not help but interrupt Li Zidong's daze. Masters Jr.? Li Zidong seemed to have woken up and turned to glare at him. Shut up. Young Zhou shrunk his neck and shut his mouth without saying a word. Li Zidong looked at the letter and then at the jade box. His face was full of reluctance. He knew how rare the muddy heavenly grass was. In this world, there was only one stalk. He had waited 10 years for this spirit herb. Ha! Junior brother Li, I'm here. A burst of hearty laughter rang out as the courtyard door was pushed open. A barefooted old man walked in with large strides. His round belly was exposed, and he had a lion's nose and leopard's eyes. Seeing little Zhou standing there carefully while Li Zidong stared at the letter with a gloomy expression, the barefoot old man came to the pagoda and sat opposite Li Zidong with a smile. What's going on? Li Zidong snapped. Senior brother Zhou, what are you doing here? Ask for a cup of sapphire love. Senior brother Zhou chuckled and said, Who are you angry at? Did this brat make you angry? Grandpa. Little Zhou quickly shook his head. Zhou Lu turned his head to look at the visiting card in Li Zidong's hand. He smiled and asked, Who wants to go up the mountain? As he spoke, he stretched out his thick and long fingers and snatched the visiting card away. He flipped it open and glanced at it. A smile appeared on his face. Oh, it's this Chu Li? That Chu Li who's in the limelight? Who else could it be? Li Zidong scoffed. It's a good thing that he's here to visit the mountain. We want to see how powerful he is. Zhou Lu smiled. Why you look so worried, Junior brother Li? Did you offend him? Li Zidong shook his head and sighed. I didn't offend him. We crossed paths before. Unfortunately, things have changed. Chu Li is no longer the Chu Li of the past. Is this his letter? Zhou Lu snatched the letter again and quickly scanned through it. Li Zidong did not fight for it and let him read it. Zhou Lu put down the letter and scoffed. This brat really hides a dagger behind his smile. First, he reminisced about the past, as if he was reminiscing about their friendship. Then, he talked about the importance of the heavenly grass to him. He didn't say anything threatening. Instead, he revealed his true intentions. It really leaves me speechless. Yes, Li Zidong sighed. I've always known how powerful he is. Then what do you plan to do? Zhou Lu scoffed. Junior brother Li, you won't just hand it over like this, will you? Li Zidong smiled bitterly. What else can I do? You're not going to test his capabilities? Zhou Lu asked. Are you willing to hand it over just like this? There's no need to test it. Li Zidong shook his head. He truly lives up to his reputation. It's best if we don't force it, so it's better to give it to him. You're embarrassed, aren't you? Zhou Lu smiled. After all, you're willing to hand it over with just a few words from a junior. What else can I do? Li Zidong scoffed. In this world, the strong are respected. Age is not important at all. If I don't hand it over now, I'll still have to hand it over in the end. Instead, I'll be at a disadvantage. It's better to hand it over now. You're right to think that way. Zhou Lu chuckled. All right, it's just a stalk of heavenly grass. We'll just look for more. Li Zidong sighed. Zhou Lu naturally knew how rare the heavenly grass was. It was extremely rare in the world, and it took 10 years of hard work to obtain it. Yet, they had to hand it over the moment they obtained it. no one would not feel aggrieved. It was already rare that junior brother Li Zidong could control his temper and hand it over. If it were someone younger, he would definitely be indignant. In the end, it would attract Chu Li's revenge. If Li Zidong personally made a move, it would be big trouble. He deliberately played it down so as not to provoke Li Zidong further. Lil Zhou was indignant. Masters Junior Li, are you really going to hand it over to Chu Li? Isn't he being too overbearing? Zhou Lu glared at him. Lil Zhou refused to back down. Chu Li is just a citizen of the Ji dynasty. The emperor's ascension might not be due to Chu Li's ability. It might just be a coincidence. He did not believe that Chu Li could achieve such a level of martial arts at such a young age. A grand master killing an enlightened master was a joke. It was impossible. Shut up, Zhou Lu shouted. He glared at him with murderous intent. Do you have a death wish? Grandpa. Lil Zhou was still indignant. Zhou Lu sneered. Even masters Junior Li can't afford to offend Chu Li. Yet you're not convinced? Do you think that your master's Junior Li is blind, and that the older he is in the martial world, the more timid he becomes? That he'll obediently hand over the spirit herb just because Chu Li scared him? I didn't mean that, Lil Zhou hurriedly said. Zhou Lu scoffed. You're like a frog at the bottom of a well. Your master's Junior Li has fought Chu Li before. He knows how powerful he is, which is why he's so afraid. With your cultivation level, you're not even fit to carry Chu Li's shoes. How dare you look down on him? Lil Zhou took a deep breath. He was extremely angry. Li Zidong waved his hand. Forget it. Who hasn't been young before? We were the same back then. We were fearless and thought that we were the best in the world. Zhou Lu glared at Lil Zhou. Chu Li's martial arts is no longer the same as before. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll lose your life. Yes, Lil Zhou, you're not allowed to leave the mountain. Li Zidong scoffed. Lil Zhou nodded helplessly. Yes. Li Zidong took a deep breath and passed the J-box to him. Go. Hand it over to those two. Don't say anything else. Yes. Lil Zhou took it with both hands. Zhou Lu shouted. What are you waiting for? Get lost. His bare feet flew up and kicked Lil Zhou out of the gazebo. He flew over the wall and landed outside. Lil Zhou dusted himself off and stood firmly outside the courtyard. He had always felt indignant. Chu Li's actions were too much. He did not respect the Great One Palace at all. Li Zidong sighed. Senior Zhou, let's spread the news. Chapter 1532. A moment later, young Zhou returned and gently knocked on the door. Come in. Li Zidong's voice was heard. Young Zhou pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. He immediately smelled the aroma of alcohol. Li Zidong and Zhou Lu were drinking in the gazebo. It was a lively scene, especially Zhou Lu, who was drinking very quickly. What is it now? Zhou Lu asked impatiently when he saw him. Young Zhou came to the gazebo and presented a letter with both hands. The two disciples from the Holy Church of Light gave this to Masters Junior Li before they left. Li Zidong took the envelope, tore it open, and shook the letter. After reading 10 lines at a glance, his face became extremely gloomy. Zhou Lu snatched it over and sneered. How impressive. As expected of Chu Li, he lives up to his reputation. I've learned a lot. Young Zhou looked at the two curiously. Li Zidong shook his head and laughed. Everything is within his calculations. He's indeed more powerful than before. Zhou Lu scoffed. He might not have predicted everything. He only gave us the letter because he wanted us to hand over the obscured heavenly grass. He can't be sure that we'll hand over the obscured heavenly grass. Li Zidong smiled. Do we have any other choice? That's hard to say. Zhou Lu shook his head. Someone else might not be as bold as you, junior brother. Li Zidong took the letter from Zhou Lu and passed it to young Zhou. Young Zhou pointed at himself in confusion. Li Zidong nodded. Young Zhou took the letter, feeling flattered. After reading it, he gritted his teeth. This is too much. He's slandering us. Zhou Lu scoffed. What's slandering? We were planning to do that. Young Zhou was stunned. He opened his mouth and looked at Li Zidong and Zhou Lu without saying a word. That's why I said you're still inexperienced. Zhou Lu scoffed. You don't even know this? Young Zhou said, since we've decided to hand it over to him, why do we have to complicate matters? If we hand it over, he can't blame us for not getting it. Zhou Lu scoffed. Otherwise, he'll think that the Great One Palace is made of mud. Young Zhou did not agree with it. He felt that if he had to be tough, then he should be tough. But if he had to admit defeat, then he should simply admit defeat. He should not play these little tricks. It was not presentable, and it was beneath the status of the Greater One Palace. Go you. Zhou Lu waved his hand. She knew that she wouldn't be able to change his mind in a short period of time. The young man's thoughts were simple, either black or white. Little Zhou retreated. Zhou Lu looked at Li Zidong and smiled. Meeting such a powerful guy, we can only admit defeat. No one can be invincible. Forget it, Li Zidong sighed. This time we can only accept it. I hope there won't be a next time. Otherwise our Great One Palace really has no choice but to fight with him. I don't think so. Zhou Lu smiled and said, he should also know his limits. Our Supreme Palace is not easy to bully. Senior Brother Zhou, the problem now is the Holy Church of Light. Li Zidong frowned. If that's the case, it seems like Chu Li has a deep relationship with the Holy Church of Light. It's very likely that he's related to the saint. It should be true. Zhou Lu shook his head and smiled. For a woman like the saint, only Chu Li is worthy of her attention. Then we have to be even more careful, Li Zidong said. Don't provoke Chu Li this. Zhou Lu frowned. Who knows? It's only a small fight now, but once it gets bigger, Chu Li definitely won't sit by and watch. Are we destined to become enemies? I hope that day doesn't come. Li Zidong shook his head and sighed. Others haven't seen how powerful Chu Li is, but I have. Now, Senior Brother Zhou, you've seen it too. I'll tell the Palace Lord, Zhou Lu said slowly. Chu Li received the cloudy heaven grass sent by Sun Mingwei. All 12 types of spirit herbs were ready. In the evening, he returned to his island in the public house. Xueling had already made preparations for alchemy. Once Chu Li arrived, she immediately started the alchemy. 3 days later, 10 pure blood pills came out of the furnace. The house was filled with light and fragrance, making one feel comfortable and light. At first glance, the pure blood pills looked like luminous pearls. They were silver in color and emitted spiritual energy. It was obvious that they were not ordinary items. He hurriedly said a few words to Xueling and asked her to take care of the aftermath before returning to Ten Despair Valley. The evil dark dragon was lying on the grass beside the pool, basking in the sun. Its eyes were closed lazily, as if it was sleeping. Chu Li suddenly appeared, opened its mouth, and threw 2 pure blood pills in. The pure blood pills melted as soon as they entered its mouth, turning into 2 streams of energy that drilled into his body. Chu Li activated the dragon taming technique and observed the evil dark dragon's condition. After the 2 streams of energy drilled into his body, they quickly circulated around his body, one round after another. The evil dark dragon was in unbearable pain, rolling on the grass. Chu Li activated the energy of the dragon taming technique, but it was useless. It rolled a few times in pain and suddenly drilled into the pool. Chu Li leaped up and rode on its back as they entered the pool together. The surrounding pool water desperately squeezed over, as if trying to get close to it. Chu Li felt suffocated again. He was a little hesitant. Would it squash him this time? However, the forceful squeezing of the pool water not only cleansed the evil dark dragon's body, but it was also very beneficial to him. He was not willing to do so. There were risks when there were gains, so he gritted his teeth and did not escape. An endless amount of energy squeezed him, wanting to squeeze him into meat paste. He desperately activated the dragon taming technique, injecting inner energy into the evil dark dragon's body to help it relieve the pain and catalyze the medicinal effects. Time became extremely long, and the speed at which it passed was extremely slow. He felt as if a year had passed. His body suddenly relaxed, as if he was about to float. The evil dark dragon had already changed. Its body seemed to have shrunk, become thinner, and grew longer. Such a slight change was different from its original appearance, as if it had changed greatly. It lazily floated in the pool water, the undercurrent in the pool supporting its movement. Chu Li carefully sensed the changes in its body and found that its body was slowly producing a trace of cold energy. When it gathered to a certain amount, it quickly split off and drilled into Chu Li's body. Chu Li only heard a loud boom in his ears, as if thunder had fallen. The dragon taming technique instantly changed, and he unknowingly entered the next level, the 5th level. Chu Li revealed a smile. The pure blood pill was indeed effective. He floated ashore and sat cross-legged on the grass to regulate his breathing, looking up at the sun. The sun was in the middle of the sky, shining brightly on him. He felt the difference in the 5th level of the dragon taming technique. Compared to the rich aura of the supreme diamond scripture, it was still inferior. When he was at the 4th level of the dragon taming technique, he had this feeling, and it was still the same feeling at the 5th level. He was still only 1 level behind, as if he could catch up at any time. He did not know what would happen at the 6th level. However, the 5th level was already so difficult, so he did not know what the 6th level would be like. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a strong urge to directly stuff the remaining pure blood pills into the evil dark dragon's mouth. Perhaps he would be able to reach the 6th or even the 7th level in one go. Rationality stopped him. If he really did that, he might kill the evil dark dragon. The pure blood pill was too tyrannical, and the evil dark dragon could not endure the medicinal effects. He could only do it step by step. Chapter 1533. He was immersed in the wonders of the 5th level of the dragon taming technique, feeling a warm aura. A white figure flashed before him, and Sun Mingyue appeared. Her brows were shrouded in worry as she looked at Chu Li thoughtfully. Chu Li smiled. What's wrong? He was in a good mood as he smiled. Is the Holy Church in trouble again? Sun Mingyue sighed. The Holy Church can't hold on much longer. The Great One Palace is really powerful. Chu Li frowned. Didn't I tell you their whereabouts? Can't you deal with them? Sun Mingyue shook her head. Although we know their whereabouts, and when they will act, we still don't have the upper hand. We often have to deal with 3 or 4 of them, and we still can't win. We even lost 2 disciples. Chu Li asked, is there such a big difference? Sun Mingyue sighed and said, they have countless tricks up their sleeves. Their miraculous pills are always unexpected. Often, those who are no match for them will suddenly eat a pill and immediately become as lively as a dragon or a tiger, fearless of death. This has happened many times. Chu Li pondered. Are you going to do it yourself? That's the only way. Sun Mingyue nodded. You were right. This time, a disciple of the Fu dynasty's imperial family came to the Li dynasty. He came to the Great Light Peak and asked to see me. Chu Li frowned. Just chase him away. I can't chase him away. Sun Mingyue said, his name is Tang Kuan. He has 20 protectors with him, and all of them are top-notch grandmasters. If I don't see him, what will happen to the morale of the Holy Church of Light's disciples? I'll do it, Chu Li said. Sun Mingyue shook her head. What identity will you use? Zhao De. Chu Li smiled. Let Zhao De reappear in the martial arts world? Sun Mingyue scoffed. If you use Zhao De again, you'll easily give yourself away. So what? Chu Li asked. Unlike before, he did not have to worry about it. Sun Mingyue shook her head. Chu Li said, how about this? Since he came to bully us, we might as well go against him and beat him up to boost the Holy Church of Light's morale. You want to fight Tang Su? Sun Mingyue immediately knew what he was thinking. Chu Li nodded slowly. Even though he couldn't join forces with the evil dark dragon, he could still join forces with Sun Mingyue. Now that his cultivation base was higher, when they joined forces, the 2 of them were even more powerful than before, unless Tang Su was as powerful as Tang Haoyin. Sun Mingyue said, since it's like that, then let's do it. If they did not take action now, would the Holy Church of Light really become weak? The morale of the Great Light Peak was low, and the people of the Great Light Peak were scattered. There would be no end to their troubles in the future. They had to get through this hurdle first. Chu Li felt that all of this was because of him, If Sun Mingwe had not helped him deal with Tang Haoyan, he would not have been in such trouble today. He was duty-bound to help her. Moreover, the Holy Church of Light was one of the things he could rely on. He still needed the disciples of the Holy Church of Light to help him search for spirit medicine. A tent had been set up in a forest at the foot of the Great Light Peak. The interior of the tent was extravagant and majestic. The furniture was made of gold, and the bed was made of tiger skin. It was an extremely extravagant sight. 20 top-notch grandmasters were accompanying the tent. A young man in a bright yellow robe stood outside the tent. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, as if he had yet to recover from serious illness. His entire body was sickly, as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. He coughed from time to time. "Your Royal Highness, it's better for you to go in and rest." A round-faced elder came forward and said in a low voice. His voice was filled with concern. Tang Kuan waved his hand and looked at the sky. "The weather today isn't very good. My body is getting worse. I don't know how many years I can last." "Your Royal Highness, you don't have to say such depressing words." The round-faced elder hurriedly said, "Your Royal Highness, as long as you recuperate well, you'll definitely reach the end of your lifespan. Moreover, your Royal Highness is blessed by the heavens. If you take another step forward, you might even surpass the lifespan of mortals." Tang Kuan laughed. Suddenly, he started coughing violently. The round-faced elder, Tang Li, hurriedly went forward and pressed on his back, sending a surge of inner energy over. As his coughing slowly subsided, Tang Kuan waved his hand and pushed his arm away. He sighed. "I'd rather die than live." "Your Royal Highness, please don't say such depressing words," Tang Li hurriedly said. Tang Kuan laughed. "This half-crippled body of mine still has some use. If I were to die in the hands of Sun Mingwe this time, it would be a good story. I'd rather choose to die this way. I heard that this Sun Mingwe is an outstanding beauty. She's a rare beauty in the world." "Your Royal Highness," Tang Li hurriedly said, "I'm just here to tease Sun Mingwe. Why are you talking about death? No matter how strong Sun Mingwe is, she'll never be a match for you, Your Royal Highness." "You old fool." Tang Kuan pointed at him and laughed. "You're always saying nice things to fool me." Bam, 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 bam. A series of muffled sounds were heard. "There's an assassin," someone shouted. Suddenly, more than 10 grandmasters surrounded Tang Kuan and Tang Li. Their bodies tensed up. A white shadow flashed past like a white silk that went around them. Soon after, these grandmasters flew up one after another. Those who could not block the attack revealed Tang Kuan and Tang Li, who were standing in the middle. The white shadow turned into a human figure. It was Chu Li and Sun Mingwe who were dressed in white robes. Chu Li looked at the two of them and shook his head. "Why did you do this? You people from the Fu dynasty shouldn't be using such petty tricks. You're so petty." "You're Chu Li?" Tang Kuan looked at him calmly. His calm gaze was tinged with curiosity as he looked him up and down. Chu Li nodded and smiled. "You're Tang Kuan, the 6th prince. It seems that your Royal Highness isn't favored by the new emperor. You've been assigned this task." "Yes." Tang Kuan nodded. "My brother and I have always been at odds, so I came here to meet you, a legendary figure. It's true that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. The saint is indeed beautiful." As he spoke, he looked at Sun Mingwe with a smile. Sun Mingwe stood side by side with Chu Li. She only revealed a pair of bright eyes that glowed like pearls. She looked at him indifferently without saying a word. She did not react to his words at all. It was as if she was looking at a dead man. Chu Li asked, "Your Royal Highness, do you have any last words?" "Yes," Tang Kuan replied. "I only have one wish, and that is to die in the hands of the saint." Sun Mingwe said, "I'll fulfill your wish." Chu Li smiled. "Your Royal Highness, don't you want to live anymore?" Tang Kuan smiled faintly. "Since all of you are here, it means that you've seen through my brother's tricks. I can't possibly listen to you and go back obediently. In that case, I'll have to fight with all of you. My body will be crippled if I don't fight. I'll be crippled with just a touch, so it's better for all of you to just kill me. Otherwise, there'll be endless trouble. Am I right?" Your Royal Highness is very open-minded. Chu Li smiled. He could see the shadow of Co. Shi in Tang Kuan, who was very indifferent to life and death. Tang Kuan said, "Saint, please." Tang Li said in a low voice, "Your Royal Highness." Tang Kuan waved his hand and said, "Let me fight to my heart's content. Dying in the hands of stunning beauty will be an elegant thing to do. It'll feel good." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Sun Mingyue in a flash. His movements were incredibly fast, and he stretched out his fingers like a dragon's claw. Sun Mingyue disappeared from where she stood. Chapter 1534. Tang Kuan's claw shadows engulfed Sun Mingyue. Sun Mingyue was as graceful as a butterfly, and her movements were graceful. Although she did not seem fast, she was always able to dodge his attacks. After 100 moves, Sun Mingyue was still dodging his attacks with ease. She had no intention of killing him. Tang Kuan's face turned pale. Tang Li hurriedly called out, "Your Royal Highness, forget it." Tang Kuan shook his head and continued to wave his claws. "Saint, be careful. I'm going to use my secret skill." Sun Mingyue suddenly disappeared and hit Tang Kuan's back. Tang Kuan immediately stopped moving as his acupuncture points were sealed. Tang Li immediately rushed towards Sun Mingyue and tried to snatch Tang Kuan away. Unfortunately, he was sent flying by Chu Li and landed beside the other 20 grandmasters. Chu Li sized Tang Kuan up and shook his head with a smile. "You're the Emperor's son indeed. Even with such a weak body, you're still so skilled in martial arts. I'm impressed. My martial arts is terrible." Tang Kuan shook his head and smiled. "Were you going to keep me here?" Chu Li said, "There's a formation here, so the Emperor won't notice. We can talk to our heart's content." "What's there to talk about?" "It's a matter of life and death." Tang Kuan shook his head and smiled. "But I can talk to the saint." Sun Mingyue asked, "Why did you come here knowing that you're going to die?" "I'm going to die sooner or later," Tang Kuan said. "What's the difference if I die earlier or later?" Chu Li said, "I don't think so. Your Royal Highness, you're still not satisfied, right?" "Yes, so what if I'm not satisfied?" Tang Kuan said, "I'll die even if I'm not satisfied. Who can die willingly?" "So the Emperor has ascended?" Chu Li asked. Tang Kuan nodded. "Of course. Tang Su passed the throne to him. Why do you ask when you already know?" Chu Li asked. "I wonder how the current Emperor compares to the former Emperor." "Of course he's inferior." Tang Kuan snorted and said, "Just by looking at the methods he used, you can tell that he is petty, completely unsightly, very laughable. But who told him to be the Emperor now? He can only obey the decree." Chu Li nodded thoughtfully. "It seems like the current Emperor isn't good at socializing, but he was chosen because he's skilled in martial arts." "Yes," Tang Kuan said. "My brother's martial arts is really good, and now that he's an enlightened master." "How is he compared to the late Emperor?" Chu Li asked. Tang Kuan said, "I don't know Fu Huang's depth. How can I judge?" Chu Li chuckled. "Not really. Looks like Tang Su is stronger." He had seen through Tang Kuan's mind. According to what Tang Kuan saw, before Tang Haoyan died, he used a secret art to suddenly increase Tang Su's strength. This made Tang Su even more powerful when he became a heavenly god, even more powerful than Tang Haoyan, who was a heavenly god. Seeing this news, Chu Li sighed. At least his efforts had not been in vain. He had finally found out the truth. Tang Haoyan was indeed Tang Haoyan. Even in death, he still wanted to find trouble for Chu Li. In the sky above the Valley of 10 Extremes, a group of people had gathered on the mountain peak. There were a total of 20 people. Although they knew martial arts, they were all acquired masters. Some of them had not even reached innate mastery. It was just that their bodies were strong and stronger than the average person. In the eyes of a grandmaster, they were not worth mentioning. They each carried a basket of white stones on their backs and stood together in silence. A middle-aged man stood on top of a boulder. His figure was thin and tall, and he was looking up at the sky without blinking, as if he was waiting for something. After a while, there was still no movement. The 20 men began to discuss in low voices. "What are we carrying? Who knows? This is strange. Are we going to level this valley? We can't fill up the bottom with these stones. Don't talk so much. We just need to throw the stones down. Don't care about the rest, and just leave. We've already paid our wages anyway. That's right, that's right. This is a burning stone. If we throw it into the water will boil. Someone said in a low voice, and the water will become poisonous. We can't drink it. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The old man said in a low voice, this thing is not rare, but it is very rare. There should be water down there. Otherwise, it would be useless to throw it. Then why are we throwing it down? Is there someone down there? If we throw it down, we won't be able to drink water anymore. Are we going to force people to come up? It's very possible. Sigh. It's better for people like us to know less. We just need to work as long as we're paid. That's right. They slowly came to a consensus. They did not talk much and threw the stones down. Then, they went back to their respective homes. They were satisfied with their high pay. The rest of the work was none of their business. The middle-aged man who stood on the giant rock stared at the sky. Even after 2 hours had passed, he was still calm. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the sky. The middle-aged man's spirit was lifted. He turned his head and shouted, "Quick, throw the stones down immediately. Leave nothing behind. The faster, the better." Yes, everyone hurriedly responded. They all threw the baskets on their backs. They threw the stones and baskets down together. It was very convenient. Go. The middle-aged man on the giant rock waved his hand. Everyone immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Baskets after baskets of white stones fell down towards the pool. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei were already waiting below. When they saw the falling baskets, they leaped up and caught the stones and baskets one by one. They all landed on the grass beside the pool. When all 20 baskets were caught, the two landed beside them and looked at the white stones. Sinister, Sun Mingwei said. This method is really extraordinary. When these stones fell into the pool, the clear water would immediately boil like boiling water. Then it would be poisonous. The evil nether dragon might not be able to stay in the water. Without the evil nether dragon in the water, its power would be slightly weaker. Chu Li sighed. Looks like Tang Su can't wait anymore. Sun Mingwei frowned as she stared at the sky. A bright yellow figure floated down and soon arrived above them. When it saw the two of them and the pile of stones beside them, the figure suddenly stopped. Then, it leaped up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chu Li was stunned. Sun Mingwei was stunned too. When the yellow figure disappeared, the two of them looked at each other. This Tang Su? Sun Mingwei hesitated. Chu Li laughed. How interesting. When he saw that he didn't fall for the trick, he just ran away. He can advance and retreat at will. If it was anyone else in this situation, regardless of whether Chu Li fell for the trick or not, they would fight first. It would not be too late to run if they could not win. However, Tang Su ran away without making a move. It was really unexpected. Sun Mingwei frowned. This Tang Su is very difficult to deal with. She was not afraid of Tang Su's arrogance and overbearing. She was afraid of this slippery person who completely reversed their roles. It was as if they were the pursuers and he was the one running away. It was a headache to deal with them with such a mentality. Chu Li nodded. This Tang Su seemed more difficult to deal with than Tang Haoyan. Looking at his body technique, he was indeed better than Tang Haoyan. This was not good news. Sun Mingwei's gaze suddenly froze. Chu Li followed her gaze and saw that the white stones had turned into powder and scattered on the grass through the gaps of the baskets. This change happened without a sound. It was obviously due to the 10 ultimate vitality sealing formation. Chu Li smiled. He had a limited understanding of this 10 ultimate vitality sealing formation. He needed to learn more about it to see if he could resist Tang Su's plot. The two of them appeared in front of Tang Kun again. Chapter 1535. Tang Kun walked quietly in the forest with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked at the sky and the earth with a leisurely expression. Chu Li and Sun Mingwei sized him up. Chu Li could see through his thoughts. Indeed, he was not afraid of death. Chu Li was impressed by his calmness and carefreeness. If it were him, he might not be able to do the same. Chuli was truly admirable. Chuli did not have the intention to kill such a magnanimous and carefree person. Sun Mingwe frowned. You don't want to kill him? It would be a pity to kill him, Chuli said. Sun Mingwe snorted softly and said, if he doesn't die, he will continue to pester us. Then let's just trap him here. Chuli shook his head. Tang Su might not care whether he lives or dies. Tang Su will be quiet for a while. I hope so. Sun Mingwe frowned. It wouldn't take long for her to ascend to the heavenly deity stage. Once that happened, she wouldn't be afraid of Tang Su anymore. No matter how strong Tang Su was, he wouldn't dare to deal with her. Heavenly deities were bound by heavenly rules when they fought, so they couldn't act recklessly. No matter how intense the battle was, it could not be a matter of life and death. For more than 1,000 years, this was the first time an enlightened master had ascended to heaven in advance. Chu Li could be said to have set a precedent. In the future, enlightened masters would no longer be the symbol of invincibility. There would be more and more grandmasters who would not be convinced. Tang Kuan arrived before the two of them and said with a smile, congratulations to the two of you for escaping Imperial Brothers' plot. Chu Li said, does your Royal Highness have anything to tell me? No. Tang Kuan shook his head. I just want to die at the hands of the Saintess. Sun Mingwe scoffed. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. If you want to die, go on a hunger strike yourself. Tang Kuan smiled and said, that kind of death is too miserable. It's better to die at the hands of the Saintess. Chu Li said, your Royal Highness, just stay here. I'll let you out when I send Tang Su to heaven. Tang Kuan shook his head and smiled. Chu Li, you're a genius. Unfortunately, my brother isn't that easy to deal with. I'm afraid that you'll be the one to die. Let's wait and see, Chu Li said. I'd like to know how many sons and daughters Tang Su has. 3 sons and 3 daughters. Tang Kuan answered without hesitation, but my brother values them very much, so you won't have the chance to plot against them. Chu Li nodded slowly. Then, do you know the birth dates? Could it be that you want to seek help from the Stargazing Pavilion? Even so, the Stargazing Pavilion wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Chu Li said, you don't have to worry about that, your Royal Highness. All right, Tang Kuan said. I can't tell you. Chu Li said, please tell me. Tang Kuan pondered for a moment before saying, Tang Peng, 3rd year of Qinghua, 3rd day of the 9th month, 2:45 in the morning. Tang Chi, 10th year of Qinghua, 6th day of the 6th month, 2:45 in the morning. Tang, tuh. In one breath, he said the names and birth dates of his 3 sons and 3 daughters. Chu Li grinned and said, it seems that as their uncle, you're very concerned about them. You remember them so clearly. I have a skill that's not worth mentioning. I have a photographic memory. Tang Kuan said faintly, you only need to look at it once to remember it. I believe that you, Chu Li, have the same ability, right? Chu Li smiled and nodded. That's true. Very well, thank you, your Royal Highness. If you want to plot against them, then I advise you to reconsider. Tang Kuan said, you have to be careful of the retaliation of your friends. In terms of power, Imperial Brother has a greater advantage. Thank you. Chu Li fist saluted and disappeared again with Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe returned to Divine Light Basilica first. Chu Li appeared above Ten Despair Valley with 3 white stones in his hand. They were the burning stones. He weighed the 3 burning stones in his hand and then gently tossed them into the valley. He suddenly disappeared and appeared in the pool in the next moment. He watched as the 3 burning stones fell into the pool and melted. Then, there was no sound and no abnormality. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and smiled. Just as he expected, the burning stones did not pose a threat to the pool. It was not that there was anything strange about the water in the pool, nor was it because of the burning stones. It was the wonder of the 10 absolute vitality sealing formation. After the burning stones entered the 10 absolute vitality sealing formation, their nature was immediately changed, and they no longer had their original function. He allowed a long sigh of relief and slowly nodded. In this way, he did not have to worry about poisoning. However, he could not expose this characteristic now. In the future, he could set a trap for Tang Su. He might be able to give him a vicious blow or even counterattack and kill Tang Su. Thinking of Tang Su, Chu Li frowned. Not only was Tang Su cunning, but his martial arts were also stronger. He was not his opponent, and even with the evil dark dragon, they might not be his opponent. In fact, Tang Su did not need to play these tricks at all. He could just come and fight him. Unfortunately, because of Tang Su's cunning character, he lost his strength and did not dare to kill him directly. He had to use these little tricks. He was still lacking compared to his father, Tang Haoyan. A trace of anxiety appeared in his heart. Tang Su was also a smart person. He might be able to react. When he realized that something was wrong and came looking for him, Chu Li could only escape. He could escape, but what about the evil dark dragon? Thinking of this, he took out the pure blood pill again. A faint aroma wafted in the air. Other spirit medicines lost their effect immediately after entering Ten Despair Valley, but this pure blood pill did not. Its medicinal effect was still there. It was truly magical. Even though it was hiding in the pool, the evil dark dragon still smelled the faint aroma. It quickly came out of the pool and came near him. It looked at the pure blood pill in Chu Li's hand with excitement and fear. The pure blood pill gave off a fatal aroma, but it was extremely painful after consuming it. It was really difficult to choose. Chu Li went forward to pry open its mouth and threw the 3 pure blood pills inside. Woo! The evil dark dragon let out a soft roar and hurriedly went into the pool. Chu Li followed closely behind and jumped onto its back. He activated the dragon taming technique to help the pure blood pill and maximize its medicinal effect. A moment later, the pool began to boil again. The evil dark dragon experienced the same process as last time. Chu Li was also squeezed to the point where he wished he was dead. However, with the activation of the dragon taming technique, his body was also strengthened. When the squeezing ended and the pool calmed down, Chu Li was slightly disappointed. The evil dark dragon was stronger than him, but it could not enter the next level. Thus, he gave the evil dark dragon another 4 pure blood pills. The evil dark dragon and he experienced an even more painful struggle and torture. In the end, they were exhausted and unable to move, but they finally made it through. A cold aura once again surged into his body. The dragon taming technique advanced again and entered the 6th level. The evil dark dragon also underwent a huge change. Its body became longer and thinner, and it faintly looked like a dragon. Chu Li was both happy and disappointed. There was only 1 pure blood pill left, and it was useless for the evil dark dragon. Entering the 6th level was already its limit. If it wanted to enter the 7th level, who knew how long it would take? He revealed a bitter smile. Could it be that the future he saw was the result of him refining the pure blood pill? Without the pure blood pill, it was impossible to cultivate the dragon taming technique to perfection. Was it because of the pure blood pill that it was able to reach perfection in its middle age? Thinking of this, he felt a trace of helplessness. He felt exceptionally weak and powerless. Chapter 1536. Unfortunately, things did not always go as one wished. Although he had the intention, there was no other way. His heavenly star insight made another deduction. Another scene appeared in front of his eyes. He was still a middle-aged man, fighting with a man with light flowing around him. He chased after the man with light all around him. One was fighting while the other was fleeing, flying through the sky. Wherever they passed, rocks would shatter and dirt would fly. Chu Li left the void of his mind and fell into deep thought again. Could it be that his future had not changed? Obtaining the pure blood pill and quickly leveling up the dragon taming technique seemed to have messed up the future, but he did not break the path of fate and was still moving forward according to the original path of fate. Thinking of this, he frowned. It seemed that it was very difficult to break the original path of fate. It was not something that could be done with just a stroke of luck. It was easy to say that man could conquer nature, but it was too difficult to do. He sighed and shook his head. It seemed that he could only take the last step and go to 100,000 Hills to look for spirit herbs. It was too dangerous to look for spirit herbs in 100,000 Hills. He had previously used the Heavenly Star insight to look for spirit herbs in 100,000 Hills, but every spirit herb was guarded by spirit beasts. It was not that these spirit herbs were precious, but that although 100,000 Hills looked huge, every corner was guarded by spirit beasts. They were all territories of spirit beasts. If an outsider invaded, the owner of the territory would not sit and watch. Although he was strong now, he was still no match for spirit beasts. However, at this point, for the sake of perfecting the dragon taming technique, he had to take a risk and start with the easiest spirit beasts. He suddenly disappeared and arrived at Spirit Crane's peak in the next moment. 2 white shadows flashed, and 2 white cranes chased after him again. The 2 cranes and 1 man fought for a while before they stopped. Chuli used the omniscient mirror to convey his thoughts to the 2 cranes. The spirit cranes chirped and spread their wings. Chuli flew up and sat on them. With a clear chirp, the 2 cranes flew up and entered the clouds in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the surroundings became unusually cold. Chuli had long reached a state where he was immune to heat and cold. He closed his eyes and stuck close to the crane's back. The strong wind that was blowing against his face was too strong. He used the omniscient mirror to observe the area below him, searching for spirit herbs. He suddenly disappeared from the crane's back and appeared halfway up a mountain. There was a seemingly ordinary spirit herb under his feet. It was one of the spirit herbs needed for the pure blood pill. Through the observation of the omniscient mirror, he cautiously reached out his hand and slowly approached the spirit herb. Screech! An ear-piercing screech was heard, and a white light instantly shot towards his eyes. All of a sudden, Chu Li's vision blurred. This shrill scream had the effect of captivating one's soul. His mind was in a trance. Then, the white light was right in front of him. All the hairs on his body stood up, and he quickly moved to the side. Chi! A whistling sound came from the side of his ear. It was the sound of a white light flashing past. Squeak! Another sharp squeak sounded. This time, Chuli was prepared. The Mahavajrokana Buddha, in his mind, opened his eyes and formed a mudra with both hands. His mind was as still as a rock and was not disturbed by the whistling sound. Through the omniscient mirror, he could clearly see that the white figure was a palm-sized flying mouse called the flying cloud mouse. Although it was a mouse, it was not the lowest of the spiritual beasts. Instead, it was a powerful spiritual beast of the 3rd grade, just like the spiritual crane. Its speed was as fast as lightning, and its shrill cries were frightening. Almost no one could withstand its surprise attack. It had a long beard that could be used as wings, and a cold glint shone from its jewel-like eyes. It had a menacing aura, and when it swung its long tail, it was like a thin steel whip that cracked the stones on the ground. It kept flying towards Chu Li, preventing him from picking up the spirit herb. Although Chu Li's body movement technique was fast, he could not outrun it. Thus, he was entangled. Moreover, the spirit herb could not be taken directly from the air, so he had to carefully dig it out. A clear cry came from the sky, and 2 spirit cranes suddenly swooped down toward the flying cloud mouse. The flying cloud mouse instantly disappeared from Chu Li's sight, avoiding the spirit cranes and appearing on top of a pine tree. It stared at the 2 spirit cranes cautiously, and its long beard trembled. Its jewel-like eyes were filled with anger. The 2 spirit cranes stood in front of Chu Li. Chu Li quickly took the opportunity to bend down and dig up the spirit herb. He was overjoyed to find 2 more spirit herbs, and he was overjoyed. Squeak, 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 squeak. The flying cloud mouse squeaked incessantly. Chu Li's heart skipped a beat, and he knew that something was wrong. Squeak, 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 squeak. Suddenly, a sharp squeak was heard from afar, and then several white lights shot over. 2 of them were aimed at the 2 spirit cranes, and the other 4 were aimed at Chu Li at an incredible speed. Chu Li had already dug up a spirit herb, and he quickly shouted, "Go!" The 2 spirit cranes flapped their wings and flew into the sky. The flying cloud mice squeaked as they rushed over, and one of them shot at the spirit crane's eyes, while the rest of them shot at Chu Li. Chu Li suddenly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment, he appeared halfway up another mountain. The flying cloud mice squeaked as they shot toward him. Even with Mavarokana's immobility scripture, Chu Li was still stunned for a moment. The power of these squeaks was truly shocking. His soul was several times stronger than an ordinary person's, and he also had Mahavirokana's immobility scripture to protect him, but he still could not withstand it. If it was someone else, even if they were an enlightened master, they would only end up in a daze, and there would be no chance of survival. He finally had a taste of how terrifying a spirit beast was. Chu Li flashed again, and he appeared on the back of the spirit cranes in midair. The flying cloud mice squeaked and squeaked as they weaved around and squeaked incessantly. They were furious, but they could only watch helplessly as Chu Li and the two spirit cranes left. The flying cloud mice were very fast, and they could also fly in the sky, but they could only fly at low altitudes. They could not fly as high as the spirit cranes, so they were taken advantage of by Chu Li and the spirit cranes, and they easily retreated. Chu Li sat on the spirit crane's back, and he secretly wiped away his cold sweat. He had almost died here. If his soul energy had been slightly weaker, he would have been killed by them. If he had died in their mouths, even his bones would have been gnawed off, and he would not have been able to survive even with the life and death scripture. The 100,000 Hills was indeed a dangerous place, and even enlightened masters would not be able to survive here. He looked down and shook his head, thinking that it was a pity that he could not dig up the other two spear herbs, and had only managed to dig up one. He pondered for a moment, and then he sent his thoughts to the two spirit cranes. They squeaked, turned around, and flew back. Soon, they flew over the mountain. Squeak, 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 squeak. The flying cloud mice that had not completely dispersed began to squeak again, and they flew up one after another, trying to catch up to the spirit cranes. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit away from catching up to the spirit cranes, so they continued to work hard. Some of the flying cloud mice even used themselves as catapults to help their companions, and they almost caught up to the spirit cranes. The two spirit cranes were shocked, and they flew higher again. Then, they circled around the mountain, and all the flying cloud mice chased after them. They were furious, and their gem-like eyes had turned red, which was quite frightening. However, Chu Li silently appeared beside the two spirit herbs, and then he bent down and began to dig. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, two sharp squeaks were heard, and two white shadows shot toward him. Chu Li secretly sighed. These fellows should not be underestimated. These two flying cloud mice had managed to hide from the omniscient mirror, and they were hiding in a cave. This cave was a little strange, and it could hide the omniscient mirror. Chapter 1537. He awkwardly returned to the back of the spirit crane, and the two cranes carried him back to the spirit crane's peak. Once he got off the cranes, he held a spirit herb and smiled. In the next moment, he appeared on his own island in the public house and planted the spirit herb under the glory's will and beside the soaring grass. The scripture of life and death continuously transferred spiritual energy over and used the power of life and death to urge it to grow. Beside it were two more spirit herbs, the two that Sun Mingwe had obtained previously. Last time, he was too anxious about the pure blood pill and did not have time to seed the spirit herbs and replant them. As time was precious, he needed to improve his dragon taming technique as soon as possible, or else it would be too dangerous for Tang Su. Moreover, he thought that the furnace of pure blood pill was enough. The pure blood pill was a spirit beast pill, so it was useless to have more. He did not expect that 10 pills were not enough. Now he had to slow down and try to see if it could seed. Once it had seeds, it would not be as difficult as it was today, where he had to risk his life just to find a spirit herb. If he was not careful, he would be in danger of dying. The scripture of life and death became stronger, and the spirit herb grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it began to turn yellow, and it was time to harvest. Chu Li's face turned serious. The spirit herb did not bear any seeds. He quickly slowed down the power of life and did not let time flow on its body. He urged a strong spiritual energy, but the spirit herb was not energetic and could not continue to grow. Otherwise, it would wither and become useless. He rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Not all spirit herbs could bear flowers and seeds. It seemed that the magnificent stone grass could not. He did not know how it grew. He wanted to go to the flying cloud rat's territory to observe, but he knew it was not realistic. The flying cloud rats were not friendly, and he would be discovered the moment he appeared. Moreover, there were too many of them, and he could not fight them all. After thinking for a while, he shook his head helplessly. Master, Shui stood beside him in a white gown. Seeing his troubled expression, she could not help but ask, "It can't be used?" Chu Li shook his head. "It can only be used for alchemy. Bring me the jade box." Shui walked away and quickly took out a white jade box with a warm luster. Chu Li carefully dug out the magnificent stone grass and gently placed it in the jade box. He sighed. "Bury it here." "Yes." Shui Ling bent down to dig a hole and placed the jade box into the spiritual soil pit. "Sigh, it's a tiring life. I'll look for more." Chu Li shook his head and was about to return to the spirit crane's peak. "Master," Shui Ling hurriedly said. Chu Li turned to look at her. Shui Ling hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "I heard that Miss has made a name for herself outside." Chu Li smiled. "All right, I understand. Lady Xiao has killed a lot of people." Shui hesitated. "I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Chu Li looked at her. Shui Ling said, "The lady's mood is cold, so she doesn't have a strong desire to kill. However, to kill so many people at once, I'm worried that she's not cultivating properly." Chu Li smiled and said, "She's training her state of mind. When killing people can no longer affect her, she'll have reached a sufficient level." "Do you want me to go over and serve the lady?" Shui Ling asked. Chu Li patted her shoulder and smiled. "She doesn't even bring Suru with her, so how could she bring you along?" "That's true," Shui Ling said helplessly. "I'm just a little worried. If this goes on, will there be any problems?" "Don't worry about her," Chu Li said. "She's smart enough to handle it. Is there anything serious in the public house? There are many scribes here. They're all here because of your name, Master." Shui Ling smiled. "The news of you killing enlightened masters is getting more and more widespread. Everyone knows about it." Chu Li shook his head. "Then you have to watch carefully. Don't let anyone with ulterior motives sneak in." "Don't worry, Master. I'll watch carefully. I won't ruin the reputation of the Gloriesville courtyard." Shui Ling smiled. Chu Li nodded and disappeared again. The next moment, he appeared at the spirit crane's peak. Two cranes were leisurely pecking at their feathers. When they saw him, they chirped softly as if asking him if he wanted to go again. Chu Li nodded and leaped onto the back of one of the cranes. Suddenly, a clear chirping sound was heard. The two cranes flew high into the sky. From a bird's eye view, the 100,000 hills had shrunk countless times. They looked like exquisite mountains and valleys. There were also some spirit beasts roaring at the sky as if they were provoking the spirit cranes. The spirit cranes ignored them. When Chu Li saw the flying cloud rat's peak, he was slightly moved. He wanted to see what kind of treasure was hidden in their cave. Something that could hide from the omniscient mirror's observation must be either a formation or a treasure. Unfortunately, their cave was too small. He could not enter it. The omniscient mirror could not observe it either. He was only curious and anxious. There was no way he could get it. He sat on the back of the crane and shook his head and sighed against the strong wind. There were many treasures in the world. It was impossible for all of them to belong to him. However, they appeared right in front of him, but he could not get his hands on them. It was really regretful. He had to think of a way to deal with these flying cloud rats. He did not know if they were afraid of poison. If he threw some medicinal bait to them, they would fall unconscious after eating it. This would allow him to safely dig out the spirit herbs and explore their cave. That would be great. Suddenly, a pill flashed in his mind, and he smiled. It was recorded in the jade pendant that Master Zhou Dunley gave him. It was called the Vitality Pill. It could quickly restore one's spirit and energy. It could also slightly increase one's spirit. If one dared to consume this pill, one's spirit would be much stronger. However, this vitality pill had such a wonderful effect. Once consumed, one would fall asleep. One could even sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. The longer one slept, the stronger one's spirit would be. The spirit herbs for the vitality pill were hard to come by. However, he could try to find them. He could ask Sun Mingwa to help him. The 2 spirit cranes flew for 2 hours. When they passed by a lake, Chu Li's spirit stirred. The lake was like a piece of jade embedded in the top of the mountain. It was the place where he had bathed. The lake was bone-chilling. However, it had the magical effect of cleansing one's body. He had benefited from it before. In the past, the 2 cranes took a long time to reach this place. Now, they had arrived in 2 hours. Their flying speed had increased by a few times. Their growth was shocking. Chu Li and the others arrived at a mountain surrounded by clouds. Then, the 2 cranes turned around and left. After walking for a mile, Chu Li disappeared for the back of the cranes. The next moment, he appeared at the foot of the mountain. The crouching tiger divine, sword on his waist, drew a circle around a stalk of heart-seeking grass. The circle was about a foot in diameter. Meow, meow, meow. A few cats meowed. 3 rays of yellow light shot towards him. Chu Li could only use his sword to block in front of him. Ding, ding, ding. The 3 rays of yellow light hit the crouching tiger divine's sword. He flew 100 feet away. The power that came from his sword was huge. It was hard to imagine that it was caused by 3 small yellow kittens. They stretched their bodies on top of a boulder and looked at him lazily. They were not in a hurry to make a move, but their squinting eyes were filled with mockery. Chu Li could clearly see their expressions and could not help but shake his head. It seemed like he had been underestimated. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.